Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare. For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love, both brave and bold. Bring back the dowries, let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere, building bridges heart to heart, a timeless way to never part. He spoke of tales from times long past, when gestures grand made love last.
Oh, welcome in, legends. Hey, Sassy Attitude. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well, Sassy. Sassy used to watch me on Twitch many years ago. Many a moon ago, we would play video games. Mad Villainy, good to see you, man. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I was just always getting my stuff back in there. We got the chat up. Okay. The answer to this, according to Aaron Clary, is no. Good to see you, Donald J. DeMarco. Luke Nielsen, pleasure to see you in here. Peter Wright, always a blessing. Howdy, gents. Looks like a good topic. I think we'll have fun tonight. We got a lot of good stuff, so we'll be all right. Luke Nielsen says women like to use men. That's a reality. Sassy Attitude says evening. And a good evening to you, Sassy. It's been quite a while. Hope you're doing well. Mad Villainy, greetings. Shout out to Mad Villainy. FX Trader. Women like men when they have a big wallet. And you know what? I'll say the men of the past like women that have a big endowment. So we have seen that in the sources. Klaus says, hello, Shah. Good evening, guys. Hey, shout out, Klaus. Looks like we got a show started now. Can't get the show going unless we see Klaus in the house. So we got fun stuff. I'm just going to let this music go on for a little bit, and then we'll play one more song. And at that point, I say we'll just go ahead and get it going. So looks like we got 12 folks in here now. That's a blessing. See this viewer activity. They changed up the whole YouTube studio a little bit. They did like a facelift on it. 4 likes. Thanks for the folks who hit like on the stream. My gosh, it's been quite the week, but it ain't been so bad. Anyways, I'm gonna get one more song on just to let the folks file in before we get the show started. We're gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna have fun tonight. Let's make it clear. Love. I love this song. I can't wait to get the slideshow version of this song. This is gonna be the next song that we play. This is gonna be the next song that we play, or that we get posted onto the channel for the Gold Pill. This is gonna be Gold Pill album track 2. Track 2. Let me go and just get this one started. Mr. Pitt says W. Shah. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. Thank you, sir. Michael Camacho says copyright. Well, Michael, you know, we're lucky on the copyright deal because it's actually folks from my own audience who made the song. So it just sounds so good and professional, you know what I mean? That we would have to be worried about copyright. So we're kind of lucky on that. Good to see you in here, Michael. So yeah, we'll just get this song going. We got, what is it? We got 16 folks in here now. We got 5 likes. Shout out to all the folks who hit like on the stream. That helped me. And we'll just go ahead and listen to this song for a few more minutes, and then we'll go and just get the show started from there. We'll go over topics. You know, one thing I did not look at was if we had any Instagram brain rot to look at today. Dowry son. Shout out to Dontavius while we're doing this. Reaction. Okay, yeah, we do actually we do got a couple. Yeah, we do got a couple of them. Okay. All right, yeah, so we'll have time for some Instagram stuff too. That's always fun. Chair. Dan the Man. Shout out to Dan the Man for this song. This is going to be track 3. No, oh, gosh. I got to get Deadbeat Woman up there, too. This might be track 3, and then maybe Deadbeat Woman will be track 4. So we're getting a sizable album playing. One of these days, we'll meet in a tavern somewhere, or a bar, and we'll rent the spot out, you know, and we'll get the Gold Pill album playing while we, you know, have a good time smoking cigars and stuff like that. I hope everybody had a good week so far. Hey, you guys remember the Game Boy Micro? Man, I got one of these things off eBay, and I've just been stuck on this like all week. Here, let me take it out of the silicone, the protective silicone. I got this all the way from Japan. I was waiting for a tariff to come my way, but I don't know if that's coming soon in the mail or what. So this is the Famicom version too. That's a beauty right there. I don't know if y'all can see that. So that's pretty sweet. But man, yeah, gosh, I remember when these came out back in the day. So yeah, that's been my new thing. The retro corner is really getting complete out here. I even got an OEM little pouch for it. 17 folks, 6 likes. Thanks for the likes, folks. I just got an ad for a golden wallet. Well, I like that. That's very gold pilled. I always forget. I always set the ad frequency to low. They used to give you an option to so they used to tell you when the ad was coming, and then you had a an option to hit skip ad, and I would do that every time until they finally took it away from me. Because frankly, the ad revenue on streams are pretty, you know, they're kind of like peanuts anyways, at least for me. So it's like, what's the point of torturing everybody? But then I think they caught on to what I was doing, and they took that away from me. So that's kind of what happened. All right, well, it's a blessing to have everybody in here. I hope everybody's week went well. I'm sure y'all were all busy with your jobs and things like that. I certainly was. I had a lot to do. I got a lot still to do. So, you know, I'm glad to be able to stay busy with things. Today we're going to be going over some It's Complicated channel. We haven't actually watched anything from him in a while, so it's going to be nice to just hang out with some It's Complicated videos tonight. And this one is called Do Women Like Men? And after we watch that, we actually have another one. So he made kind of a series here. So there's Do Women Like Men and Do Men Like Women? Amongst many other fantastic videos. Oh my gosh, look who that is right there. Oh, who's on the thumbnail? What is a dowry?
Your dowry. It's my right.
But yeah, so we're gonna be watching these two. And then I also have this video, which Dart Shapuria shared in the Discord. So it seems like it might be interesting. I haven't actually watched it. But it's a questioning, did women destroy civilization, at least Western civilization? Now, I don't think we're not playing the blame game over here. You know, I'm not gonna play the blame game, but they're gonna present some data. You can see pictures here on the thumbnail. We got some hard data there. And we'll see what they got to say about that. So that'll be something to watch. And then we also have more dowry sources. I mean, of course, we got to have the sources. We're coming at you with the sources. I did want to read more of the stuff that we were reading last week about the marriage strategies of the Jewish community. which discussed a lot about the dowry. And that was a pretty interesting book. We had fun reading part of that last night, or not last night, last week, excuse me. But Peter Wright, shout out to Peter Wright, he actually sent me another interesting chapter. Well, it's a book, and it's a chapter in a book, and it specifically focuses on the dowry system in England throughout time, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. So I'm like, ooh. So I kind of wanted to read that one tonight. I don't think we'll get through the whole thing, you know, because it's a lot of writing, it's a lot of words there in them scholarly chapters. But we're gonna read a good amount of it, and I think you guys are gonna find it interesting. So we're gonna watch the It's Complicated channel stuff, and then maybe we'll take a break in between videos, and then we'll look at some Instagram brain rot. And then once we're done with that, we're gonna watch the other It's Complicated video. And then we're going to read some dowry sources, and then we will move into watching the based camp video. So that is the itinerary for tonight. There may be some tangents in there somewhere, you know, depending on questions and stuff like that. So yeah, we got a whole plan tonight. I still got to get that pizza for iTrevor. I am ironically probably going to have pizza tomorrow, though it's my buddy's turning 40. You know, I grew up around the corner from this guy. He's one of my buddies from the before time, you know, before everything changed. And he's turning 40, so we're taking him to some Italian place. I haven't had Italian food for a long time. But yeah, I'll probably get pizza there, and because they do some wood fire pizza. But then I'm still gonna go to One Speed and get the special pizza for iTrevor in iTrevor's honor, and make a video of that. Sassy Attitude said, I wouldn't have mentioned it if it wasn't so on theme. Absolutely. Okay, well, yeah, that's where we're at. We got 17 folks. We got Klaus already. So we're going to go ahead and just take a look at this here video, and go and get the show started. All right, so this one is, do women like men?
Only women.
Oh, Chris Rock. Oh, okay, yeah. I did watch this already, but I forgot that Chris Rock was in here, which is tight. I actually saw Chris Rock live once. He was doing a double show with Dave Chappelle, and they came to Sacramento. And my buddy got 2 tickets, and he was like, man, why don't you come with me? And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to see Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle. And it was fantastic. All right.
Only women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally. A man is only loved under the condition that he provides some.
Okay, you know, I'm sure we've all heard that one before. I think the other thing it kind of reminds me of is there's a saying that, you know, the only time men receive flowers is on their grave. So here we go. You know, I should put that as a poll, by the way, before we really get started. Do women like men? And we'll keep it a simple yes or no. You know, my kind of instinct on it is, you know, obviously people are people, and I think people like people and, you know, don't like others. So, you know, in general, maybe we just both don't like each other. There's this saying, and I remember learning about this back in me old college days. There's a saying that Americans like their so Americans do not like Congress, but Americans like their congressman or woman. And it was just this kind of interesting thing that we were talking about, and kind of how like politics works basically. So it's like, well, you know, you might like a woman or man in your life, but women or men in general might be a different story. So, and you know, all this social media content is not helping these relations.
Do women like men?
We like the ones with money.
Well, that goes right into the Chris Rock clip there.
If women genuinely liked men, why would men need to bribe women to be together?
Because you show your power by like
doing shit for us. It's not a bribe. I show my power by opening my pussy. You show your power by opening your wallet.
Gosh, yeah, that's a bit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was. She went straight there. Base. Hey, shout out Base. Man, Base, I know we still got to have our discussion. Man. I'm finally going to be having, well, but yeah, we got to have our discussion. Base says, I think women are torn when it comes to men, and I don't think anyone knows how to reconcile their fear and desire for us. You know, I was thinking about something interesting, and about this kind of myopic view of only seeing men as providers. And there's this guy, his name's The Dumper. He has a channel around like 10,000 subs, and sometimes I watch his videos, and I enjoy them. But he had a video he put out today, and it was like TikToks or something about like women viewing men as predators. And sometimes it seems like, you know, men are either only viewed as providers or predators. I guess you can throw protector in there, but it was just something that when you mentioned fear and desire, now protector doesn't map on to just desire. So I don't know. I get there's all these other archetypes, but it just reminded me of that thought I was having earlier. These hues already starting off on the wrong foot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Klaus, of course they like men. Who else could they extract resources from? Michael Camacho says she went straight to prostitution. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
They have to have money. We don't like broke men.
Oh my gosh, this woman is so matter of fact about it.
See, you show your power by opening your wallet.
They have to have money. We don't like broke men.
Isn't that men bribing women to be together?
You know what's interesting? Like hearing that, you know, like I remember reading like the red pill stuff way back in the day when it was on the subreddit, you know, and there were oftentimes men complaining about women who would cheat on them with a guy who has nothing more than a mattress without a box spring and, you know, barely has a beater car or something like that, or the pool guy or whatever the hell it was. So it's just funny, you know, when you think about it, and then when you looking at it from that perspective, well, I don't know, do they really not like broke men, or like what's maybe for certain things, but for other things, you know?
No, it's not. Would you like to be with a broke girl?
Yes. As long as she's hot.
Not over here. I mean,
Your dowry, it's my right.
but I get what he's saying.
No. She has to provide something.
She provides her beauty, which she's born with.
And that's it?
That's what most men...
Okay, I like the way she's thinking now. That's it. Okay, yeah. Maybe she should be bringing something else, you know, to the equation.
Your dowry,
Okay.
it's my right.
Hold on a second. Mr. Pitt says, with rare exceptions, women don't love men. They love what men have to offer. Luke Nielsen says, bring in the truth to Mr. Pitt. Shout out.
care about that. Most men will settle for that.
Women.
But, you know, I could get what he's saying. Like, I guess in real time or more recently, in more recent history, men have been doing that, you know.
And that's it?
That's what most men care about. That most men will settle for that.
Women have.
Gosh, that could almost be a sound effect. The way she said woman.
Care about that.
Women.
Most men will settle for that.
Women have these set standards for men that they should be the providers of homes and money, food.
Would men need...
Oh, you know what? When we get to our source today about, you know, marriage in England and the economic arrangements, we're gonna find that both, if you believe that about women having that expectation, which is true, they did look for that, their families to be a good husband, but you're gonna find that men were also looking the other way with some interesting expectations that have to do with money.
To bribe women to be together.
Money, food.
Would men need to bribe women to be together?
Not at all.
So then why do men need to be providers?
You don't need to be a provider. You need to be a supporter.
That's just the role that society has
Cowboy hat spotted. TradCon. We have a TradCon.
Built for men, and women typically are the spenders.
Because it's masculine energy. If a man provides, it's as sexy as a woman being beautiful for the man and taking care of herself, taking care of the home. Like
I don't know. Just be a simp, guys.
traditional roles they've done away with it, but I can honestly tell you it's the sexiest thing on earth and they should bring it back.
Oh my gosh. And they should bring it back. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll here, and we'll do a similar one for do men like women. So I don't know. You heard it here first, guys. It's so sexy to be a provider. You know, you want to be that sexy provider. In case y'all were wondering. No poppers and deadbeat women. No thanks. Oh yeah.
No dowry. It's my right.
I can make it a sound effect. Just say the word. I mean, I would probably use it. It would probably be, you know, kind of pretty funny. So, no, but you know, no rush. Klaus says, well, if it's a good looking Chad, he can be broke. For Chads, rules are broken, but they still provide status besides other women. Yeah, that's an interesting point there too. And, you know, on the other end with women, you know, you have the kind of proverbial Stacy on their end. You know, one thing that when you think about it, it's like sometimes you'll hear things in the space like, well, you know, men can have sex with multiple women and not get emotionally attached. But when women do it, it completely screws them up. But then it's interesting because it's like so much of the manosphere space is guys who are very attached to one woman and then got their heart broken. Some people on the point of, you know, calling it a game over. You know what I mean? On the other end, there's women who do sleep with multiple men and, you know, do it without emotions. I guess you could still say it damages them in the end, but then would, you know, maybe the same would be true for a man. But sometimes I wonder, I don't know, because there seems like there's a lot of examples of both men and women being overly, you know, attached to somebody and then getting their heart broken and then going on this huge spiral afterwards. It has me thinking about certain things that you hear in the space. The other big one, right, in the space is that, like, there's always this, well, women are just naturally hypergamous. But then it's like when you read about the dowry system, men are also hypergamous in that they're looking for the woman with the biggest endowment. And that was pretty normal for a lot of monogamous history, at least. So, you know, why do women get the pass? So I don't know. Maybe it's just a human condition to always be searching for the best deal or something like that. But somehow it's just, well, women are like that, of course, you know, and then they'll say, well, men, you know, in the beginning of the video, well, men will, you know, marry the Starbucks barista, but that wasn't true for a lot of time. So interesting thing to think about. Sassy Attitude says, an interesting question. Is the group of women being pulled if he walked around a state fair cow barn asking the women there if they liked men, what would the answer be? That's a good question. A lot of people do bring that up with, you know, him being in Vegas, but he has gone to different places, like Renaissance fairs, or he's even gone to like cowboy conventions and things like that. And you know, so there's interesting things there. I can't with these women. It's so sexy to get that bag and have the state take it for you. Yeah, that's what they be saying. Exactly. That's what that translates to. Then you just got to game the judge. The pickup artist. Miss Pitt says, and there's nothing more important than marrying a wealth. Exactly.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks.
Exactly.
On how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning.
It comes from oil money.
From a family full of perhaps oil money. And then you can be a spoken for, well taken care of.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. Luke Nielsen says, the fact is that in general, base nature will have someone take advantage of another. The problem is that base nature is curbed through law and society in one sex. Well, that's the interesting thing, right? Because it's like the question is the differences between men and women when it comes to that. But something that I think is true for both sexes and just any human is how we relate to power and how we behave when we have power. You know, and you know, it's funny because like when I think about threads and stuff from the early Red Pill, there's this discussion of women, and women would have beta orbiters, or they'd have multiple guys or whatever. And then, you know, the kind of prescription there for men was to spin plates and then basically basically kind of mirror what the women that they were resentful for in the beginning were doing to them, and then even now the advice has become the high value man, and then you don't have to chase women, women will chase you. So is it really about the difference between men and women, or is it just about power and how in the human condition and what humans do when they get power? Klaus says, try that with the HR dragon, but they wised up and send the one token guy in HR this time. Okay, moving in.
Away with it, but I can honestly tell you it's the sexiest thing on earth, and they should bring it back.
These are the trad women right here. We got the cowboy, we got the cowgirl girl, we got the religious girl.
You can't chase. Once you chase, it's over. The dynamic has changed. You need to somehow find a woman who's solid and likes you for you, not
solid.
Your dowry, it's my right.
What you have. I think some of the guys make the mistake of trying to go too hard in the beginning of the relationship. The nice dinners. They might get a rental car just because it's a cool one. They don't want to.
Okay, leading with the wallet.
They might be embarrassed about what they drive. It's all based on looks and ego and what they can do for the woman.
Well, in other words, if she really likes you, why would you need to have status or game?
Bingo. If a woman really genuinely likes you, then she's going to fuck with you for who you are.
So when a man chases a woman, that's natural.
That's an interesting question. On some level, I think both men and women have to know how to, seduce each other or, kind of attract the attention of each other to some extent. So, that kind of mating dance plays a role. But, it's I don't know. There's an interesting discussion there between the collective, men and women as a collective liking each other, or the individual, and how that goes. I think I'm kind of tripping over my words here.
Men are born chasers, and that's how they fall in love. A woman falls in love with someone that makes her feel secure. That's
what you hear. That's what you hear. But then on the other end, it's the excitement, and there's between the bad boy and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I don't think that's security. Now someone might say, well, but they're attracted to the biggest, toughest guy.
Since the dawn of time.
If women genuinely liked men, would men need to have game to attract women, or would they just naturally get along?
That's an interesting question. I'm going to put that as a poll, see what you guys think. If women liked... Whoops. I always feel weird when someone's blinking on screen, like they're mid-blink. If women liked men, would men need to have game to attract them? We'll just do yes or no on that one. I think it's a good question. It seems like the manosphere has kind of moved away from game. I think some more of the purists will still say it's very important. But focusing so much on this high value and, getting more and maybe becoming part of high value is getting really good at game and all this kind of stuff. I don't know, as things maybe have become more monetized, you can say. Sometimes it seems like a constant game of cops and robbers. Chum for the Sharks. W saying W Silver Pill. Did we got saying in here? I don't think I missed him. He's actually a good guy. I just told him what's up, and then we talk gaming. Just stay gaming, absolutely.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girls. Just stay gaming.
I feel like they would naturally get along. Some men have like an aura.
You have to have some kind of game or some kind of status.
There it is. Okay.
For someone to like you. You can't be a lamey.
Why will
lamey
men like women without either of those things?
Woman likes men with status and money. You have to have money, and you can't be lame.
See, now going back to our actual history here, men like women that bring some kind of money and status. They're coming from a certain status family, so they're bringing that with them into the marriage and contributing that. So then do men also select for money and status? Well, it would appear that way. Mad Villainy says 6'8", the great just stands there, and women flock to him. Sassy Attitude says, I think this is more per man than men in general. If someone isn't into you, yeah, you would have to game it to get attention, but then that would probably be your clue they aren't into you. Yeah, so that's an interesting way to think about it too. I mean, if you have to game somebody, then is that evidence that they don't actually like you? But can you game somebody into really liking you? You know, I guess that's the eternal debate between the pickup artists and other folks there.
No, I know, but why are men more?
And that's where you get into conversations of liking you for you, and that's supposed to be, you know, this whole thing, I guess, kind of seems like the romantic ethos kind of mixed into courtship and all this kind of stuff, and that's how we kind of get, you know, where we're at today.
Likely to accept a woman without requiring status or game?
Because you guys like pussy.
Well, don't women like dick?
Yeah, we love dick, but you guys love pussy more.
So women can just exploit that?
Yes, because we could use our vagina for anything.
Doesn't that prove that women don't actually like men?
There you go.
Men.
Well, in other words, if she really likes you, why would you need to have status or game?
That's valid. Sometimes that just adds on to the person, though.
Women, they like a man with status. They like a man that walk in the building and just like, you know what I'm saying, he that man. You know what I'm saying? They be like, oh yeah, I got that dude. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it shouldn't even come with that. You know, a woman should love a square as she loves.
Tactica says short-term value versus long-term value. Yep, good point right there. Absolutely. That's the difference. And you kind of see that writ large with how the love marriages or the romantic sort of promise ends up. And we saw that in the newspaper articles too, but we also see it today. So much of like marriage advice is what happens once, you know, once you guys get past that honeymoon or whatever it is. So yeah, most of this is a short-term thing with very little, if not any long-term considerations. Good point, Tacticus. Luke Nielsen says, game is for those that are trying to convince someone into you. It can work, but is that who you really want a relationship with? Someone you have to keep performing for. I think you wrote that out beautifully. Thank you, Luke. I like that a lot. That's really good. That's a great question.
Somebody that got motion.
Like if you really have feelings for a guy, you know, he can mess up a lot and you'll forgive him a lot of times. But
I mean, we definitely see that, right? That's where you get these stories from these ladies about all the stuff she did for him and, you know, how terrible he was and she gave him so many chances.
if it's a guy that you don't really have that much feelings for, he'll mess up with the same things, but you won't let it slide.
There you go. I mean, she just kind of said it there.
If women genuinely like men, why is the burden of making the first move almost always on men?
Ooh. I don't know.
Now the question is, okay, well, you know, now, you know, on some sense, like that's what we're used to. And then with women, it's like if they like you, they'll kind of try to give a sign or an IOI, as they call it, an indicator of interest. I believe that's what that is. It's been a while since I looked at any of that. But I don't know. Then other times, you know, you can say women definitely throw themselves. I mean, I think they make it pretty obvious for certain guys beyond just dropping their, you know, their handkerchief or whatever you call that.
Oh. Yeah. I think we just like to be swept up off our feet.
I think it's nice when a man makes a sweet gesture to let a woman know that he's interested. I really miss that, but there's been so many
I really miss that.
issues where men have kind of overstepped their boundaries, so it makes it hard for the ones who have manners to do it more often.
Wouldn't men also like to be swept
This is
off
the why aren't men approaching conversation.
their feet?
Do it more often.
Wouldn't men also like to be swept off their feet?
Yeah.
If women genuinely liked men, would men have to be the ones who always chase and approach the opposite sex?
No, that's stupid, honestly. I think people needed to stop being worried about approaching each other. But I do understand, like, it's a weird world out there. Women are scared because there are weird people out there. Men are scared because they don't want to be accused of being a weird person, and it's hard.
If women genuinely liked men, why is it men who are expected to plan, pay for, and organize the first date?
Usually because they want sex.
I mean, I don't know. It's interesting when you think about it because it's like if that's the mating dance to be able to sleep with the woman sooner rather than later. So then it kind of there's this. I see. I can't even call it a courtship ritual, but there's this kind of seduction ritual of that. I think in different stages, men and women pursue each other. So it's like maybe in the beginning, men do to really open her up or whatever. And then, once they're going out, because, there's that waiting to wed subreddit that I always look at. And then, it's hitting year 5 and the woman's really trying to chase the guy within the relationship to try to convince him to marry her, to lock it down, so to speak. And then, the power can shift again after that. Luke says, if someone likes you, you can almost do no wrong. This is actually immaterial of sex. If you're unsure or don't like someone, a simple mistake is a relationship ender. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Klaus says, I've always been approached for my relationships in the past. I had no game at all. Still didn't work though. I mean, I've definitely seen that. Like women will pursue a guy. They can, maybe it's not as often or in general, but they certainly can and will for some men. I mean, when you think about like temptresses, like that's a thing, that's an archetype. That's a thing some women do. They certainly seduce men. I will say, as a guy, it does always kind of get your alarm bells ringing a little bit if a woman's really chasing you. And that could just be because of the culture we live in. But it's like, if she's making it a little too easy, it's like, something ain't right here. Something ain't right. And then, I just like, I don't know about that. It can kind of turn you away in a way. But I know it's not what you're talking about. You're just talking about like in general, or just not like a super pushiness like that. Sassy says, as a gal, the guy who follows you around while you tell him leave you alone is not the dude you want to initiate conversation with, because then he'll never leave. So not initiating is survival based. Maybe for like that guy, I don't know. I mean, in general, I do believe it's typically the man that initiates, at least in our culture, you can say. It kind of makes me wonder how it is in other parts of the world, like East Asia, or places where, the kind of men that you have there maybe aren't seen as the typical Western masculine man, So it kind of seems that way. Does kind of seem more recently, too, that men aren't really pursuing women as much. Or you kind of hear about that stuff, like why aren't men approaching? So maybe it is changing a little bit. So maybe it is culturally based versus like natural or like, biology based.
Don't women also want sex?
Not all women. Most women though.
If women liked men, why will women make a man wait for sex, especially if she really likes him?
She doesn't want to be seen as easy. I mean, at least that's what the cited thing is. We're not talking about stalkers. Stalkers are dangerous, psycho, but someone that makes themselves available is different. We never know who is going to be the dude who won't stop, though. Safer to let them approach first. I mean, it's interesting to think about because even you never know who it's going to be. And, to be fair, men don't know which woman is going to be like that one crazy ex-girlfriend meme. You guys remember that meme? I know I brought it up before. Crazy GF meme from like 2007. Yeah, this one. Like, men don't know who's going to be like this outright. And likewise, women don't know. That's another thing too, because it's like women totally stalk men. We just don't. That might even be a kind of double standard in the sense that we don't hear about it as much. Maybe because it's not seen as manly to admit to, being kind of bothered that much by a woman or something. Like maybe it has to do with that. At the end of the day, though, it's like there could be a guy that seems perfectly normal that you then kind of let, you know, into your life, and then later on becomes a stalker after like a bad breakup or something. So I don't know if it's, I think who approaches might be a little independent of that, to be honest. So I don't know. Interesting thing to think about. Steve Sandman says, a woman needs to be managed. Game is an essential skill that is necessary to manage a woman. It is a bridge that facilitates communication between men and women. Okay. Thank you, Steve. Shout out to you for being here. All right, we'll go ahead and get back into it. I'm going to end the poll too, just so I can do that for y'all. Okay. 79% say no. If women liked men, would men need to have game to attract women? Out of 14 votes, 79% said no. That's interesting. Okay. That's interesting. All right.
Because men.
Let's hear the question.
For
Sorry.
sex.
Most women though.
If women liked men, why will women make a man wait for sex, especially if she really likes him?
Because men typically want one thing.
Are women more shallow because they want too many things, or are men more shallow because they only want one thing?
That's a good question.
That's a hard question.
That's pretty good.
do-
That was great right there.
I do think that women should also be givers in some sense, but
Oh yeah, in this sense.
Your dowry, it's my right.
That's the kind of giving we want.
in my group of friends and everything, we just want to make sure that we meet men who aren't just going to give up later down the line.
You know, it's so funny because I think men have the exact same concern. Like they, you know, especially when it comes to marriage, right? I mean, if you're going off this whole, you know, tradcon kind of ideal, they definitely don't want to marry and invest into a woman who's just going to give up later down the line. So, I mean, I don't know. Is there really a difference between the sexes? I think it's kind of the same. Like all humans are kind of worried about that.
We just want to make sure that we meet men who aren't just going to give up later down the line.
If women genuinely like men, why is rejection seen as normal for men but offensive or insulting for women?
Ooh, I'm gonna be honest. On my half, it's the ego thing.
I mean,
Well, shout out to her for saying that. You know what's interesting too? It's like men typically, you know, we take rejection on the front end, and that's kind of a thing. You know, we're expected to handle that with grace. Women like, and you know, sometimes guys will be a little bit of kind of a smart ass or mean about it and be like, well, screw you, I didn't want you anyway, or something like that. Women, though, their rejection will come on the back end. Their rejection will come when they're like 3 or 4 years in a relationship and they're like trying to figure out, is he going to propose? When's he going to propose? You know, and then when that doesn't happen and it finally like blows up and, you know, she's essentially rejected for marriage, that's when women really get like crazy angry. You know, that's where you get the crazy X stories when it has to do like with a woman, you know. The statistics show who's actually given up later down the line. The real question for that is give up down the line on what? Worshipping at the feet of her ego, because that is a reality. Thank you for that, Luke. Okay.
As a female feel because of the vagina, they're supposed to get what they want when they want, and that's not the way life works.
I put myself on a pretty high standard. Like, I feel like I'm better than everyone. So when someone tells
I'm better than everyone?
you know, it's like, how could you? Look at me.
Well, shout out to her for being so honest and amazing there. So we appreciate that over here. We definitely appreciate that.
If women like men, why do men face social shame for being single or inexperienced while women don't?
I believe that it's not only for men. A lot of women do get shamed for being single.
Probably once you hit like a certain age. Pearl kind of mentions this, like she'll talk about virginity and at certain ages, and then when it gets to be like a 29-year-old woman who's a virgin, it's not looked at the same way. It's kind of more like a strange thing, I guess. So that's an interesting question. Klaus says, to be fair, giving up is currently incentivized for women at least. Hey, shout out Stacks. Great to see you, man. Stack says Unk here is speaking facts. Yes, he is.
I think it's just because it's expected that men always have a woman besides them.
But aren't women celebrated for being strong, independent boss babes who don't need a man?
Yes, they are.
So are they getting shamed for being single?
You are right. I guess they're not.
I feel like women do get shamed for that though.
Aren't women celebrated for being strong, independent boss babes who don't need a man?
Yeah, but that's because everyone makes it seem like we do need a man.
If women
fair answer. That's a fair answer.
genuinely like men, why would game and dating advice industries even exist?
Ooh. Entertainment.
That's just
one thing too is like, do you think there's something to the idea that a lot of us like or want to be with people who don't like us back? You know what I mean? It's like wanting the thing that you can't have. Or it's like when you have somebody and they really like you, and then like, you know, when it ends and then like a few months later, then it's like, oh man, you know, and you like start to realize their absence or something, and then you really like them. Do we all live in a, let's see, do we typically, you know what, do people in general want someone who wants someone else? I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way to ask it. Who doesn't want us? Like that seems man, maybe I should have put an extra thing in there instead of yes or no. That seems to be like the whole romantic ethos. Like that's where the pedestalization of the other person kind of comes into being, you know, and having to prove that you're worthy and all these kinds of things.
a source of income for other people who's preying on people who are lost in their love lives.
Because you're horny and on YouTube, they're playing you. We're in Vegas. You're getting scammed and hustled.
What the heck?
I think that just comes down to the person. I don't think that's a gendered role. I mean, sometimes I need a lot of.
You know, there's something about that sound. Like this could be like the whole grifto manosphere as a whole. You know what I mean? Like this is a meta thing.
They're playing you. We're in Vegas.
They're playing you. The whole space is playing you guys. You gotta break out of the manosphere. The manosphere is the Matrix.
You're getting scammed and hustled.
I think that just comes down to the person. I don't think that's a gendered role. I mean, sometimes I need a lot of dating advice. That's why I go to therapy.
If women
Therapy for dating advice.
genuinely like men, why would so many men feel like they need to hide their flaws or insecurities just to be accepted?
Women are very judgmental.
Because women can be bitches. We're so.
Do you think that, I mean, now I guess if the woman really doesn't like you back, they're not going to care about hiding their flaws. I'd like to think at the beginning of the relationship, people try to hide their flaws a little bit more, or find clever ways to like say that they told you so that later on they can be like, I told you, I did mention that at the beginning. Or, you know, but it seems to be like one person maybe is trying the hardest to put their best foot forward, and the other one, you know, maybe isn't so much. Hey, post-millennial man, good to see you, man. Chivalry has to play into men liking women more. That's where you get, you know, Coach's quote of Coach Greg Adams of men are in love, women are in business. I've been trying to show that men were in business before they got gaslit into being in love. Good to see you. Good to see you, post-millennial man. Klaus says, well, some of the PUA guys qualify as a scam, I guess. Most certainly.
So good at it. And I know we've beat you up like so hard. You're hiding these little bruises and cuts, but let us just be mean. It only happens once a month. Like, we're so lovely. Let it happen.
If women like men, why would men be valued more for what they can do rather than who they are?
Because we live in a world right now where it's based on what you can do and not even who you are anymore. They don't care who you are. It's just what you can do for them, temporary satisfaction, you know?
I don't know. I think men do the same thing to women, though, because, I mean, I've met a lot of guys that are like, oh, I wouldn't marry you, you know, if you can't cook and clean. So I think it's like the same thing in terms of, you know, what a man can do for you as well.
Cooking and cleaning is not good enough. We need more than that. I love how the manosphere is apparently on a monolithic singularity. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You know, there's good parts of the manosphere, but, you know, breaking out of the parts that maybe aren't so helpful, or breaking out of the red pill rage matrix side is probably a positive thing to do.
Once they start
By
to push
probably,
30,
I mean,
they're throwing
definitely.
Hail Marys out and they realize, oh shit, my ideal man doesn't want me. And then we see money. If you have money, you're her type. That's why we see the pretty young girls with the fat, rich, old, bald dude, you know? Stories as old as day.
If women genuinely liked men, why would the phrase "men are only good for their money and status" even resonate with people?
Because to some men, that's all they are good for, and they're fine with that.
What if men said that women are just good for...
Man, they keep saying Vegas is dead. I mean, I don't know. Just from this one scene, which probably is no large data set to go off of, it looks like there's plenty of folks over there.
for sex and intimacy, would that... What if men said that women are just good for sex and intimacy, would that...
Some women are fine with that. They are.
It's a concubine. If a woman makes her monthly occurrence an issue and you have to excuse her for it, she's not worth it. Yeah, I know. You know, I think just like, you know, women don't want to hear a man's emotional problems or hear that a man's struggling emotionally or mentally. You know, that can be a two-way street right there. Mr. Pitt says PUAs are scammers through and through.
What generation do we live in?
If there were no women, men wouldn't have nice cars. They wouldn't have money in the bank because they'd have no reason for it.
I mean, you know, that's one of those like big what ifs. It's like, well, if there wasn't women, then, you know, there would just be some kind of unisexual species, I guess, that just reproduces asexually when you eat food and then like you just make another copy of yourself. I think some bugs do that. They're probably pretty chill, I guess.
Women are the reason why they do what they do.
So why do women complain about being sexually objectified when women tend to objectify men financially?
You know, if you look at it from the other end, it's like, well, if there were no men, you know, would there be the beauty industry for women and things like that? I do believe that women fall in love and partake of that same drug sort of aspect of being obsessed with someone in the same way that a man does. You know, I don't think any human can escape that. Luke Nielsen says, I know guys that like nice cars regardless of women. Yeah, I definitely know guys like that too. Tactica says, disagree, subjective opinion. Yeah. Luke Nielsen says, women are not the reason.
No reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's how you get the guy who's already married and has kids, and then like somewhere down the line, he just decides that he really needs like a Corvette or like a Harley Davidson or something. So, I mean, is he doing it particularly to attract women, or is it because like he's just like, you know what, I want that car that I always wanted, or I reached this place and, you know, I don't know, the kids are, you know, they call it like the midlife crisis or whatever. For us millennials, that'll probably be called like the 3/4 crisis of our life, kind of the way this is going. So I don't know. Yeah, I know a guy. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's entirely because of women. It's like this, you know, certain things that I buy are definitely not because of women. It's because for some reason I just want those things. Stack says, are modern marriages more akin to historical concubinage or prostitution these days? Well, on my episode with was that with Pearl or with Paul Elam, I'd mentioned how like your typical tradcon wife may as well be a concubine. Because women without dowries were typically looked at. They were concubines. That was the difference between a concubine and a wife. So quite literally the dowry, is what is that distinguishment, especially in ancient times, you know, or older times. I guess with no fault divorce, you can make the argument that they're sort of like that. Though, you know, the big backwards here is that the payment tends to come at the end, and most guys don't know what that payment's going to be and it's not really negotiated typically up front. But the way women talk and the way, you know, marriage is kind of talked about the men needing to provide and this and that, it is more like concubinage, I'd say, than a true, you know, balanced marriage or an equal marriage like we saw in that paper that we were reading last week. So, you know, prostitution in some way, if it was legal, I think actually serves as a regulator in this whole marketplace. You know, on the one end, there's dowry, and then on the other end, you know, for short-term stuff, there's prostitution, and that keeps things firmly in their own lane. What we have is this crazy, just like gray area of just people with 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and you know, one day they're this, or they're saying they want this, and then it's that, and then it's back to this again, you know, later on down the line. And that's just gone and messed up the whole thing. So that's where, you know, when it comes to a gold pill conversation, a mutual contribution, you know, makes sense. And people should be saving up for their marriage and putting away from that. We're going to read a lot about that tonight once we get there. Gosh. Yeah, no, yeah. I'm just deciding, like, I almost want to do it right after this video, but I think we'll do our Instagram brain rot, and then we'll watch the opposite video here. Do men like women? So we're about to be on the chopping block after this. But thanks for the question, Stacks. It's a great question. I mean, modern dating. Luke Nielsen says modern dating for the most part has turned into DL prostitution. Yeah, but that's, you know, as opposed to like the TradCon deal, which is supposed to last a longer time, but hasn't been. You know, modern dating is kind of like what they're talking about, game and status, and it's more just like it's just like a short-term kind of prostitution with some extra steps a little bit. And that's how you get, you know, these situationships and things like that. And, you know, people hurt on one side or the other. All men pay, says Mr. Pitt. Shout out to Coach. Base FCZ says, I don't think people want what they can't have. I think what people want, they can't have. Which means the goal is just too high or too rare, but it's not because they can't have it. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think there's something about like living in a fantasy or wanting something that is like, you know, almost like taking a drug hit or something like that, not being more realistic. And then, you know, there's that saying that the first, what do they say? No, that's kind of backwards. That's for women. Like when they'll say like the first marriage is for love or the second one's for money. I can't even remember how the saying goes now. I'm sorry I brought it up, but it was something to that effect, you know, but people want this kind of fantasy and then that doesn't work. And then, you know, then all of a sudden they're like extra pragmatic. Luke Nielsen says dating and marriage are worlds apart. Dating is mostly hookup culture. Marriage rates are falling. Yeah, you know, a male space, who's sometimes in here, that's kind of like his big axe to grind, is that dating is this like newer phenomena that is very like, it's deleterious, I guess you can say, to society. It's bad. It's a, I can't remember what word he uses for it. But it's not something that has ever led to happy marriages, I guess you can say. That's not how it was traditionally done, which we know, you know. I mean, at this point, you know, looking at all this dowry stuff, it's expectation management issues, period. I think that's true. Mr. Pitt says society has applied a one-size-fits-all solution to dating. Either you enter a long-term monogamous relationship or you get ostracized. Yeah, I mean, you definitely see that on the TradCon side, and then they'll make varying excuses for why that didn't happen. Women like minotaurs. Yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh. That book has been making the, I see bigger content creators have been talking about that book, which is called Morning Glory Milking Farm, for anybody interested, and can probably be purchased on Amazon. Just, you know, in case you guys weren't aware. Yeah, so it's interesting. People are picking up, I think, who was it? Somebody sent me, you know, let's get us some Instagram rot. I think it was Dan the Man who put something in there, like Asmongold or somebody was talking about it. Dang it. Was it in memes and funny? Oh, gosh. Sorry. Oh gosh. Well, this was one of the ones I was gonna react to. Dang it. I should save that for after the episode. Oh, here's the Asmongold one. There we go. Oh no, my TV went dark. Okay, it's back. So this is, I think we talked about this when we were reacting to that one video about the gamers. So let's see what he's got to say. Let me put that tab volume down. It's going to be so loud.
This is why I hate video games. It appeals to the male fantasy. Meanwhile, the female fantasy, morning glory milking farm. Here's what I think is very fucking annoying. Is that if the girlies want to go around and write love stories with a minotaur, I think you should be able to do that. I'm not going to go into the women's literature section of Barnes & Noble and start throwing the books away because they're offensive to me. I'm not going to do that. So why is it that you have to come into the... I'm sorry, if you're playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, that's a game for guys.
That's a good game.
There are probably more, like... proportionally, there are probably a higher percentage of guys playing that game than guys reading this book. It's pretty fucking obvious, right? And there's a massive, massive amount of people. This is a guy game. It's made for guys. That's it. And so, each their own? Yes, maybe, right? But in general, I think that's the case.
That kind of goes into, you know, men being more visual and women being more, you know, through the ears, you can say. But yeah, there is this kind of double standard, because I remember when they came after the video games and men were ashamed because of that. And then, you know, lo and behold, as Klaus points out about the Minotaur, a monster bait romance. Monster bait. Interesting. Interesting. Oh God. Oh, okay. Oh, I missed it. Oikophobic says, yo, hey, shout out to you. We'll look at these comments in a second. What I miss? Oh, we're just having fun. We're just having fun with some It's Complicated videos. And milking on the farm. Base says, I see your perspective on the high of the fantasy. I think that's a great point, and some people might be drunk on the longing of a person rather than the reality of them. You know, it kind of reminds me of an old Middle Eastern sort of parable. Let me see if I can find that. And just about how, like, you know, people can be obsessed in a bad way. I barely remember it, but it's called Layla and Majnun. And Majnun is like a Middle Eastern word for like crazy, kind of like losing your mind. I actually don't remember this whole thing, and I'll just try to read this plot. So, Qais ibn al-Mulawa, Majnun, fell in love with Layla al-Amiriya. He soon began composing poems about his love for her, mentioning her name often. His obsessive effort to woo the girl, this is where the game comes in. Caused some locals to call him Majnun, or mentally unhinged. Like, there is a thing, like, you can see when someone is just, like, in love, and you're just like, everybody can tell, you know what I mean? Mentally unhinged. When he asked for her hand in marriage, her father refused because it would be a scandal for Layla to marry someone considered mentally unbalanced. Soon after, Layla was forcibly married to another noble and rich merchant belonging to the Thaqif tribe in Taif. He was described as a handsome man with reddish complexion, whose name was Ward al-Thaqafi. The Arabs called him Ward, let's just go with that, meaning rose in Arabic. Ooh, okay. When Majnun heard of her marriage, he fled the tribal camp and began wandering the surrounding desert. His family eventually gave up hope for his return and left food for him in the wilderness. He could sometimes be seen as reciting poetry to himself or writing in the sand with the stick. So, you know, the folks in the red pill space would call that one-itis. After Majnun went mad, he searched for love in the desert. He is disconnected from the physical world. This could be like a kind of allegorical Sufi story. I don't know. Layla is generally depicted as having moved to a place in northern Arabia with her husband, where she became ill and eventually died. In some versions, Layla dies of heartbreak from not being able to see her beloved. Oh, I don't know, that must have been added later on. Majnun was later found dead in the wilderness in 688 AD near Layla's grave. See, so we get another tragic love story here. He had carved 3 verses of poetry on a rock near the grave, which are the last 3 verses attributed to him. Many other minor incidents took place between his madness and his death. Most of his recorded poetry was composed before his descent into madness. I passed by this town, the town of Layla, and I kissed this wall and that wall. It's not love of the town that has enraptured my heart, but of the one who dwells within this town. It is a tragic story of undying love, much like the later Romeo and Juliet. This type of love is known as virgin love because the lovers never marry or consummate their passion. Other famous virgin love stories set in Arabia are the stories of Qais and Lubna, Qutair and Azza, Marwa and Al-Majnun al-Faransi. See, we got the Majnun in there. And Antara and Abla. The literary motif is common throughout the world, notably in the Muslim literature of South Asia, such as Urdu ghazals. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, interesting there. Thank you, Base. Women can't stand men enjoying themselves, so they insert themselves in situations they normally would never be. Standing here. The video of that meme is really old, by the way, when GTA 5 first came out. So way before Book Chalk 10 was even a thing. Yeah, but you know, there was the smut. If I remember right, she was responding to one of the God of War games. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with it. I read Morning Glory Milking just last week. Just femcells can't standing men being happy and wanting to take over thing that are mainly for men, then push the men out of those spaces. You know, that's an interesting thing too. You know, I don't know if women truly mind that much, because then you see women that, you know, are cosplaying that thing and they want to be that thing, but that's another thing. Stacks Anon says, St. Thomas Aquinas has some writings on Christian states not criminalizing prostitution, but tolerating to avoid greater issues like rape. You know, Caesar Quintana had mentioned that to me before. He even sent me, you know, some of the texts on that, which was interesting, and it was about, I guess, preventing greater evils. So yeah, in a way, it kind of serves as a regulator on that marketplace. Luke Nielsen says, I'll pass on the Morning Glory book, thanks though. Halloween costume Minotaur sales are popping. Oh yeah. I gotta go get one. Yeah, you'll be a hit at all the Halloween parties. The only Halloween costume I have is literally a Where's Waldo costume. Like I have that's it. That's all I got, and it's unopened. Vagrant concubinage was the term Darby in the 1800s coined for the Tradcon marriage product today. Wow, that's pretty cool that there's a source from there that pretty much say that. Thanks for that, Tacticus. I've seen older sources that, you know, mention a woman without a dowry being, you know, essentially a concubine. But that's cool that there's one that sort of describes that changeover. I'll have to look for that. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Okay. Moving in.
Women are the reason why they do what they do.
So why do women complain about being sexually objectified?
I mean, you could say men are the reason, you know, women end up getting pregnant out here outside of marriage or something like that because they were so hopelessly in love with some man and they were trying to be with them forever or something.
When women tend to objectify men financially.
I just feel like it's kind of both people being emotionally immature. I think once you're ready to have a genuine relationship, both of the parties are willing to compromise, whether it be money or looks or whatever rules everyone has. I think rules is also different than having boundaries with the partner. So once you set clear boundaries, I don't think it should be like a tit for tat kind of thing.
Why do women complain?
I don't really got much against their answer. I mean, I think being more pragmatic and being able to discuss things is good. What's a Halloween costume? Adults do that? Yeah, I mean, you know, for the fun of it. I like to pass out candy. I don't really get dressed up, but I have this because, like, the one time somebody invites me to a Halloween thing, like, I can be like, okay, I can break out my Where's Waldo costume. It's just a sweater and some black rimmed glasses, and we're good to go. And a hat. Cowboy hat gal needs to go sleep off the burn. She's sloshed bad.
About a gender pay gap when men typically need to earn more in order to be selected by women.
Right, you ask for equal rights and then receive it and then want to complain about having to be equal. Let's make it make sense.
Some guys, I guess you guys do work harder.
The gender pay gap was just a mistake. We got off on that one. So the logic of that question is hard because, like, I don't want a job and I don't know if we should have jobs. You should.
Well, if you don't have a job, you better have one of these.
No dowry. It's my right. Should just make all the money. So I don't care about this gap because I don't want a gap closed. I just don't want it at all.
But I mean, wasn't it so abusive? Like when you didn't have a job, like what? So it wasn't as abusive as you said it was. Like it was a good thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Being married and not having to work was actually something that you wanted.
Do women want to be independent while also being provided for? And if so, who's more delusional in their wants?
I know I don't want to be independent and provided for. I just want to be provided for. I would definitely say the woman is more delusional.
I think that women want freedom and independence in the sense like they want to be able to go and do things that they want and they want to make the same amount of money as like other men. But being provided for can be a lot of things for many different women. It can be providing emotional, it can be
Yeah. See, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, okay.
providing financial, it can be providing in a lot of different ways.
If women liked men, would a man have to be a leader or would they just get along as equals?
They could never get along as equals.
Do women only like men who fulfill their gender role?
Most of the time.
Personally, I like a man to be a leader because that's a man's role, is to be the leader.
So do women only like men who fulfill their gender role?
Personally.
So is that really women liking men or is that women just liking somebody who performs their role?
As a heterosexual woman, I like a man's man. So yeah, I like a alpha male.
A man's man. Angry Casper says, any behavior not rewarded by the feminine that doesn't have inherent value to the actor will eventually not be performed. Men have a need to be needed. This, however, is not the same as abuse. Okay, interesting there from Angry Casper. Thank you for that. Luke Nielsen says, real traditionalism. The man and the woman worked hard. In fact, this Hollywood 1950s romantic view of things is dumb. It furthers and leads to the delusion. Yeah, you know, one of the delusions, Luke, I think, is that people believe that they are in a different class than they actually are in. Like a lot of people have been convinced, you know, from Cinderella that they're actually, you know, not, you know, on the lower rung of the ladder. And I think one of the more recent things in our culture has been trying to let people live in an illusion of where they really exist. And it's tough for people when this snaps, basically. You know what I mean? Or you're confronted with that. And you know, in what you can call, you know, real traditionalism, I think people were very honest with themselves about where they were and what they needed to do to make, you know, life better. So that's actually some, you know, a bit like when you read even what we're going to read today in the dowry source and about what women needed to do when they were on that bottom rung of the ladder. So we're going to read some of that actually coming up soon. Gosh, I might even just do that after this one. But just fair warning, you know, I mean, it's going to be a lot of words. It's going to be a lot of them words right here. So we got all kinds of words to look at. So fair warning to the, oh no, I'm going to have to fix that every time I mess with the Zoom, and there we go. So yeah, we're going to have fun there. We're going to have fun reading this. Economic Arrangements at Marriage. And this is a book that's called Marriage and Love in England, 1300 through 1840, Modes of Production. So yeah, coming up. You know, yeah, we might do that, and then we'll do the other It's Complicated video after. And then maybe we'll do Based Camp. I can't promise that. But we'll probably have time to look at some of that. So, all right, moving in.
So do women actually like men or do they just like his performance?
I think they like the idea of a man.
But not the actual man?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
I believe that women are set to think that men are going to solve all of our problems, and there's not really a way to undo that.
You know, it sounds like, I mean, I think it's interesting that she said that. Yeah, women are kind of brought up with this. You can call that an entitlement, maybe?
If women don't need men, why do women date men?
Status.
Or at least a delusion, you know?
I don't know. Companionship, maybe?
Sadly, sometimes, you know, on social media, you see it, they'll come right out with it. It's based on what they can benefit or gain. I think there's a lot of women out there who they've got the guy who has the boat. You know, they've got the guy that can come fix the tire. They got the guy that they could get the free meal from. And that's it. I think when a woman's in a relationship too, or even if it's just a placeholder, they know who's next.
If women don't need...
My bad. I forgot to end this poll. Let me just do that real quick. Do people in general want someone who doesn't want us? 50% said no. 44% said yes. So we're pretty split on that, with a little bit leaning on the no side.
Men, why do they have so many requirements for what they want from men in relationships?
Daddy issues.
I don't know. From my personal experience, I've always just...
I think, you know, part of that tends to come from what they're going to say is, oh, I did this in the past and I tried that and it didn't work and I don't want to be hurt again. And then they come up with this huge list of, you know, of stuff and all this kind of thing.
Been taught to keep a man at a high standard, so I think it's just what's taught.
I think it's still coming from a place of thinking you're somewhere up here when you're really not. And it's like you tried to swing up, it didn't work out, you got steamrolled, and then you still believe, instead of accepting the fact that maybe you weren't up here to match that, it's just you're pissed off. So then you create all these rules and things because you want to believe you deserve that, so you can convince yourself that you're still up here.
What were some of the things you were taught about men while growing up?
That he has to be tall and have money.
Dang, was she really taught that? They were saying that?
And be smart, at least.
Why do women often choose to make lists of what they want in a relationship rather than what they bring to the table?
Maybe because we feel like what we bring to the table is enough, so we want to know what you got too.
What?
Your dowry. It's my right.
What do women bring to the table?
It depends on the woman. Some women just bring pussy, but to some...
I mean, I think a woman who only brings that is yeah, I mean, that's pretty much a prostitute. You know, maybe a concubine on a good day.
Some men, that's okay.
Why are today's women so filled with hatred towards men, yet they will still engage with men for attention and resources?
I
would say daddy issues.
Daddy issues.
The hatred is a mask. We love you. Spank me, daddy. Like, when you're mad at me, I'm happy. When you're happy with me, I'm happy. We just want the attention. We realize you give us more attention when we throw a fit. Like a baby. Sorry, you babied me. I baby you. Is that good?
Should a man be expected to love a woman for who she is if a woman only loves a man for what he provides?
Yeah, you should love a woman for who she is. I mean, I done fell in love with some 304s.
Why is it in the
What's
age
some
of
304?
independent women, a man's value is often determined by what he provides?
Because they be thirsty. They need a drink.
Who created the drought?
The woman, definitely. You say who created the drought? That's funny as hell. No, for real, the women, they created the drought because they asked for too much. You know what I'm saying?
That's the hoflation. Okay, let's just take a look at the comments here for a bit. Shout out to It's Complicated channel. Kojo says it always boils down to prostitution, sex in return for money. The more red pilled I get, the less I trust women. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, the folks over at, what is that, DHS, they do not want to hear that. Women said, I want a provider, but I don't need or want to provide back. Also, women, I want equality. They don't. They just want money, resources, and provision. I don't understand how this channel doesn't get millions of views per video. These have to be the realest topics ever created on YouTube. Well, shout out to It's Complicated. Share the content. There you go. You can't convince me that women aren't bad people at this point. Gosh, you know, like I feel bad seeing a comment like that. You know what I mean? Like that's not a good. That just you know, that seems a little bit much. First of all, Adam didn't chase Eve. Eve was created for Adam. Chris Rock is a legendary comedian that combined truth and humor. Who cares what women like? They're insane. No respect, no loyalty, no trust, no reason for a man to put forth the long-term expensive effort. Only women, children, and dogs. Oh, yeah, that's Chris Rock. You don't need to be a provider. You need to be a supporter. Yes, financially supporting 99.999% of her needs. Modern women disgust me, seriously. Literally just 5 seconds in. We like the ones with money. No need to watch any further. End the video right here and proceed with your day, gentlemen. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll put up a poll right now. We'll see. I'll look at some of the Instagram stuff for fun. And, you know what? Now the hell with that. Let me put up the poll real quick and let's see if you guys want to see. Dowry paper or second ICC video? Do men like women? There we go. We'll give y'all some control here. ICC. Dowry paper. Okay. Another poll for the folks. Thanks for the 18 people who hit the like button. Appreciate that. That helps me. Shout out to the 26 people that are in here watching. If the other 8 of you can pick up the tablet and hit the like button, or get up from off the couch where you're playing your retro video games and walk over to the computer where you're also listening and maybe use the mouse to hit the like button, that'd be fantastic. That helps me. This is manic. I don't give a F energy. And I know that you like hoes. Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's go ahead and look at some Instagram brain rot. Because, you know, I saw some of that. Now, I think some of the stuff I saw on Coach's show, that's probably where I saw it. And I'm like, ooh, we'll talk about that. So this is a lady who's kind of on the other end of having to pay stuff. And she's kind of getting it dealt with child support in the family law court. So she was married and she makes money and doing UFC. So she's a tough gal over here. She probably can beat a lot of us up. Hey, 24 likes. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you guys for hitting that like button. That means a lot to me. But yeah, so she's kind of found herself on the other end because she makes more than her ex-husband. DePhantom says, happy to be able to make it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like your username. It's very Halloween-esque right now. That's super cool. I wish I could see your profile picture a little closer. Might click on that one of these days. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and watch this. So let's see a woman paying child support. Oh no, I messed up. Because I didn't hit the
your fights. You were like, this fight is literally still paying for my separation and my divorce.
Okay, I just messed up. Let me just take it from the top. This whole thing. All right, tab volume 80%. I'm gonna hit this, and then we're gonna
comment that you made. One of your fights, you were like, this fight is literally still paying for my separation and my divorce.
Yeah.
Is that something that you still feel like you're still having to commit so much money to that financial burden and to support him?
Yes, 100%. It's something that, like, living in California, you know. It's
okay, yeah, California. I mean, we're very familiar with California family law.
That it's like, it blows my mind. It blows my mind how basically I go to court almost every year because he comes with this, you know, whole map of how my career will be, you know, like, oh, that she's going to win.
So she's got, the ex-husband has projections of what her income is going to be. Okay, and you know, this is what a lot of guys have been talking about in the space.
The belt here in a couple years, and then she's going to make this money, and it's just like, it's crazy to me how people can just be...
Oh, real quick, we got a super chat here from JP. Yo, JP, thank you for that. Sorry to quit midway through the reaction video, but I want to acknowledge your super chat of $9.99. It's a blessing to have you in here, JP. I always, for some reason, get reminded of Jordan Peterson, probably because the initials are JP. Whenever I see you. Been a while. Hope you been well, Shah. Been tuning in. Just been working through homework listening. Can you hit me with the thank you so much sound effects? Do I have that? I don't even remember what that sound effect is, man. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Dude, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know if that's an old sound effect. You must have been watching for a while. But I really don't know which one that is. Oh, wait, hold on.
Thank you so much for
oh, yeah.
Oh my God,
I forgot about this. Oh, my God.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my God, guys.
That was the sound effect that I promised to use sparingly. Man, shout out to you for remembering that. Oh, God, I shouldn't have been reminded about that sound effect. I don't know what it is about that. It just came off so, like, fake and inauthentic when we heard it. It had to be the sound effect. But hey, man, I'm glad you're doing well, and I'm glad I can be there to hang out with you while you're doing homework and doing work and all these other productive, amazing things. So, you know, I'm rooting for you there. to achieve your goals and get to where you want to be, and then set new goals and achieve those too, and then set further goals after that, because that gives you a sense of purpose and happiness. So thank you so much for that. That sound effect kills me every time. Yeah. All right. Okay. Getting back to it. Thank you again, JP. I appreciate you.
Money orientated about other people's money. You know what I mean?
goes
Other people's money. Oh, but see, when it's the other way around, no, well, we were married. That's ours, right? Other people's money.
in there and like projects your earnings.
Yes. Yeah, well, him and his lawyers, right? Yeah, like, okay, so she'll probably win the belt in 2 years or in 1 year. And then people who win the belt, they make about this much money. I don't work. I'm like trying to work and provide this life for my daughter and like being a mom and taking care of her and doing all this thing. And then I still have to pay him and I have to pay his lawyers to fight against me. And so I'm like paying his lawyers' fees to get my money. And
we've heard this story 1,000 times in this space, right? It's just had the genders flipped, and what's good for the can is good for the bottle here. This is the world, people wanted, I guess. But yeah, here it is with the shoe on the other foot.
I'm paying my lawyer and then I'm paying him just to be like a dad. You know what I mean? Just like we have 50-50. So
paying him to be a dad, but I mean, on the other end of that is paying her to be a mom or whatever. And she said it's 50-50, right? And then 50-50 doesn't mean no child support. It just means comparatively a little bit less in the calculation, depending.
like he has half the time, I have half the time, and I pay for like health insurance and all that extra stuff because I make the most money, but he doesn't work at all. Like no work.
Comment that you made, one of your
Yep, there we go. And the part that I found really interesting about this was the comments. He gave his best years to her. No one else would want him now. It's his time to thrive. So it's the typical stuff you hear from the other way. This is the justifications that the women say. This guy, Brandon, says he is so brave. This guy says, love to see a man thriving in a woman-dominated field. Stay-at-home dads have the hardest job in the world. This is funny. This is hilarious. This is by far the most united and positive comment section of any post on all of Instagram. Truly a breath of fresh air. So the men have gone in here and they've pretty much thrown back all the same trope comments that the women typically give men when they're basically trying to say, stop complaining. This is what you're supposed to do. Well, on the other end of it here, it's like, well, why is she complaining? She's making all this money. And I thought our divorce laws were fair. You know what I mean? But all of a sudden, and I do feel bad for her. She's in there having to get punched in the face. And if she can't just quit now because this is like the money she makes. Like, I mean, she'd have to get like really injured to where the courts are going to be like, okay, we believe that you can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? Like her way out of this dang near is qualifying for disability. I hate to say it, you know what I mean? But, hopefully they're not that harsh on her, I guess. Yes, King, he knows his worth. Man, I gotta go in there and do the work of liking all of these. Oh yeah. Yep, Yep. Yes, King, he knows his worth. He got used to the lifestyle she provided, so she has to continue to do so. It's only fair. He's worked hard his whole life. He deserves to be pampered and taken care of. All right. Yeah, he was a stay-at-home. It ain't easy being a stay-at-home parent. We know that that's hard. That's a job that you don't get to clock out of, actually. You know what I'm saying? So, there we go. What a brave man, Slay King. He is a true champion for equality. He sacrificed his best years to support his wife's dreams. I don't know. Are these comments wrong, folks? They seem to make a lot of, he's so brave. Man, these just keep going. And these have thousands of likes too. The lack of women in the comments is hilarious. He has most difficult job in the world. He's a dad. Uno reverse divorce edition. He is stunning and brave. I just want to say I love you guys in the comments. You are the very fabric of the air I breathe. Thank you. You all drop this. What a powerful story about a man who gave up everything to be a stay-at-home dad sacrificed his dreams and everything he wanted to accomplish to make the home great, and now finally getting what he deserves. A hero and an absolute warrior, if you ask me. That's a strong and independent man right there. Man, I got a book. I'm glad I bookmarked this because if you're ever feeling down about something or you're just not having a good day, this is the comment section to find and just reread some of these. But being a stay-at-home dad is a full-time job. Boss daddy. Comments are amazing. I could keep reading these. I mean, I know I should have exited this and moved on to something else, but this is fantastic. But this brave man made and maintained the home. He deserves every cent. Oh my gosh. Equality is a beautiful thing. Literally how it works against men. These comments are hilarious. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Like, it's just consistent. It's consistent. Gentlemen, I came for the comments. None of you disappointed. She'd be going for exactly the same. Welcome to a man's side of the world. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. This is just too good. This is just too good. This is just too freaking good. Oh my gosh. The SFX kills me every time. That SFX, is this Mackenzie? I think so. I'm not super familiar with the UFC fighters' names. She should have been married and divorced in a conservative state. They love to reward to women even when they are the main provider and things are getting flipped. Oh, that's terrible, Luke. That is truly bad. Let me just end this poll real quick. Looks like 62% want the dowry paper. Well, it is it is a democracy out here, so where's my
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Hopefully, I thought I hit accidentally the mute. Oh no, we're good. Okay, that's good. You guys can hear the sound effects, right?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Okay, excellent. We're good. But yeah, okay, democracy has spoken. 62% wanna see the source. It's a good source. And shout out to Peter Wright for this one. Peter Wright found this one. And I was reading it and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So yeah, JP says, thank you. Luke Nielsen says, my brother's in the middle of a divorce in Texas, and his soon-to-be wife makes a lot more than he does, but he was told that he will not receive maintenance, aka alimony, because he's a dude. No way. Luke, I don't want to believe you. I don't want to believe you. But I do believe you. And that's sad. That really is, I'm sorry, man. I really am. I hope he gets, I don't know, man. I hope something makes sense. I really do hope something makes sense. You know, that's crazy. When I was redefining the budget to survive, the law sure wasn't going to hear about me not paying my ex-wife, who'd already shacked up with another man. He was supporting her and I was supporting them. Man, Luke, brother, I've seen that, so many times, honestly. I've seen that so many dang times, man.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
So I hear you on that, man. I really do. And I'm glad things are better for you now, man. But yeah, I've met so many a man who's had to go through that. Klaus says, these comments are fire. Yes, they are. Unpaid labor. Man, that unpaid labor is like the stupidest. You know what? I think I went on this same rant like 2 weeks ago, but Pearl was debating like a feminist lady, and she was talking about the unpaid labor of childcare. And it's such an asinine argument to me. And the reason it is 29 concurrent viewers with 29 likes. I love to see it. We got 100% like for viewer ratio. Thank you guys so much. But like the reason that's such a crazy thing to me is because legal parents are not entitled to be paid for taking care of their own children. It's literally written into the law that you have a legal obligation to take care of your children. Otherwise, the state will come and take away your kids from you, quite literally. And that's for both parents. Now, listen, if my neighbors were coming over here at 8 in the morning and dropping off their kids and saying, hey, I need you to watch my kids, I got to go to work. Or for that feminist woman, if that was happening to her and they weren't her kids, now she has entered the realm of, hey, I need to be paid for this. Now I am doing a labor. Now I am entitled to monies and payment for taking care of other people's kids where other people have a legal obligation to their children, which you don't have because you have your own children, then you can talk about getting paid for it. But when women talk about being the mom and that they need to get paid, or that they're doing all this unpaid labor, it's like, no, you literally have a legal obligation written into the legal codes about your duty to your children in front of the state's eyes. There is no payment for that. That's what you have to do, both you and dad. The unpaid labor thing is so crazy. The guy carried all the mental load. Exactly. While she was in the ring, he was doing all the mental and emotional labor. Oh my God, it's so bad. That freaking Instagram, I had to save that one to show you guys because it was so freaking funny. It was just so freaking funny. I have another one for you guys. I don't want to forget, but we'll look at that before we do the second It's Complicated video. Where are we in terms of how long the stream's been going on? I mean, man, hour and 24 minutes, I think. Okay, well, whatever. We're chilling. Dan the Man, are you watching the videos I sent? I have that up. I do have the base camp one. We're going to do a little bit of dowry reading right now. We're going to do some dowry reading. And then we're going to watch the second ICC video, which is like 12 minutes or something. And then we're going to look at the base camp video for a little bit. You know, given time. But I only have that one video. Oh, no. Dan the Man, I did react to the Asmongold video that you shared. So thank you for sharing that. That was helpful. About a Morning Glory milking farm. The Monster Bait book. Monster Bait. It is a fact. It's happening. Oh, I believe you, Luke. I really do. I really believe you. Mr. Pitt says, if Peter Wright found it, then you know it's the right stuff. But shout out to Peter Wright. And you know what? For that joke, I'll give you some laughter too. I'll give you some laughter for that. Where is my laughter sound effect? There we go. For all the dad jokes and puns, we have that sound effect. It's pun stuff. Okay. Don DeMarco, shout out to you. Do women have a sense of duty? I think they used to. And I think that they can have a sense of duty. That's one thing I'm not really a fan of with the manosphere when they're like, women can't be held accountable. It's just women's nature. No, I do believe, you know, that they can and they should be like anybody else. I'd like to think so. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Some very rare ones do, but it is, as I said, rare. In today's culture, yes, I can see that, Luke. My sister is one of those rare ones. Well, shout out to her. Absolutely. I think we've all met, women in our lives at one point or another who were great role models and definitely were doing the right thing, And I could think of some myself. Somebody once asked that question to me. I think it was Trevor. And I couldn't answer it at the time, but then after the stream I was thinking about it. And I thought of some folks that were really good people, some ladies, some women. And you look back at their lives, you're like, you know what, those are good folk. Those are good folk right there. All right, so we got this. So I got to remember page 263. Oh gosh. I just want to show you all the cover, All right, so this is from, oh no, load faster. Okay, this is Alan McFarlane, Marriage and Love in England, 1300 through 1840. And this one of them old books right there, tell you what. This one of them old ones. Copyright 1986. I don't even know actually if that's actually old now that I think about it. Maybe it's not that old. But we're going to look at this chapter called Economic Arrangements at Marriage. And this focuses on England. I mean, we've talked about Italy. We've talked about Greece. We've talked about Germany. We've talked about France. We've talked about Spain. We've talked about Brazil. We talked about a lot of places. We've also talked about England, to be fair. But, we're going to get kind of a deep dive into England right now. So shout out to Alan McFarlane. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this, for bestowing upon us a nice written work here that's scholarly and academic to help educate the people of the future and house this information, sir. We appreciate that. Okay, economic arrangements at marriage. In order to set up a successful marriage in the years between the 15th and 19th centuries, it was felt necessary to have 4 types of asset. And remember, England is one of the first places that, or is kind of the first place that starts to transition into the love marriage as they become industrialized first. We see this in the newspaper articles, and this is all part of us trying to get the timeline, pieced. And we have newspaper articles of England kind of debating whether or not they should go back to the dowry system and looking over the, the channel over there to France and seeing, well, it works so well for the French, and things, the love marriages aren't exactly the best and people end up hating each other and then this and then that, or they become spinsters or whatever, and so anyway, so yeah, we're getting into England. Economic arrangements at marriage. In order to set up a successful marriage in the years between the 15th and 19th centuries, it was felt necessary to have 4 types of assets. Okay, 4 things to set up a marriage. First, one needed somewhere to live. Okay, yeah, I can agree with that. Preferably, as we have seen, a house of one's own. Oh, yeah. Secondly, it was necessary to have the furnishings for house and body. Furniture, cooking utensils, bedding, and clothes. Thirdly, it was essential to have prospects of an assured income over the years ahead. Okay, assured income. This could take numerous forms. Income from land. Yeah, it's like the harvest. Interest from investments. A profession or trade. In some of these activities, it was necessary to have the stock and tools with which to derive the income. Finally, it was advisable, like the plow, that could be a tool. Finally, it was advisable to have some ready cash to cover the initial costs to help with the early expensive years of child rearing and in case of accident and sickness. In a joint family system, all these things would have been part of the joint estate, and a person married at puberty would have had access to them. The interesting situation in England was the way in which each asset was accumulated and contributed by the partners and their parents. Oh, see, now we're getting into traditional. See, we're about to hear about tradition right now, folks. We may start by looking at what a bride was expected to bring to the marriage and her rights in the objects that she brought. Okay. Luke says, well, darn, I wanted to hear this. I will have to continue watching later. I had something come up. Have a good evening all. Hey, shout out to you, Luke. I appreciate you being here, for as long as you did. You're going to be part of the replay gang. But I hope whatever come up is okay and something you can get taken care of. So thanks for being here, man. You have a fantastic rest of your evening if we don't see you. Okay, moving in. The most conspicuous part of the contribution made to the conjugal fund. Now, I know we've heard conjugal fund before. I've been saying that word a lot. On the part of the woman and her family was the marriage portion. Okay, that's another word for dowry. That is the marriage portion. Oh no, my Adobe froze. Okay, we're good. Or what is this? Acrobat, Adobe. The word portion appears to have a double meaning. It meant the share that the wife contributed to a marriage, and it also meant that part of a parent's estate, the share that a girl would receive as her inheritance. You remember how we talked about the dowry being the woman's inheritance? Pre-mortem inheritance is the word we use. Okay. This portion, it was assumed, could be used for marriage, right? So this is what's giving the woman an edge in the marriage market. This is what's creating a system of positive assortative matching. This is what's checking hypergamy, okay? The dictionary gives under portion as 2 of the separate meanings. The part or share of an estate given or passing by law to an heir, or to be distributed to him in the settlement of the estate. And the second definition, dowry. Okay, we know that one.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Dowry, a marriage portion. That's from the Oxford English Dictionary. And, the Oxford, that's the good dictionary for all the English words. All right. The overall value of this portion varied enormously, both between social both between social levels and over time. See, this is where this discussion of hypergamy and status and how these pairings and matches make sense, okay? All right?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
So this right here, this is income stratification. This is stratification. This is something that's different from bride price paying societies where there's less stratification. Among the upper gentry, the sums involved were very considerable. Evelyn mentions portions of 3,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds going with brides, not for brides, with brides. And Thomas Isham, a Northamptonshire gentleman, paid a total of at least 4,000 pounds with his 3 daughters. At both this level and that of the aristocracy, the sum seemed to be equivalent to about 3 years' income from the man's estate. Okay, what I like about this chapter is it goes through all the different levels of society, from rich to middle to poor, and you have 3 years of income for a man, kind of being what he should be providing for his daughter. Then there's 2 years income, and it kind of goes down 1 or 2 years, even for the poor. And it's kind of interesting because you think about how much of a consumerist society we live in, and the way our society was kind of set up in order to juice families of their nest egg. So where families were kind of governing themselves in this way, our culture kind of turned into this thing for like, how can we get families to spend money and put it into the rest of the economy, and then create a giant state welfare system, essentially. But, if you think the way families were back then, they were so concerned about their kids' marriages and saving money for that. Like, how many of us can say we have 1 or 2 years income saved up, right? Like, not many of us can say that. Not many Americans can. So in order to do that, like, you'd have to not really be so consumerist in your values, right? Like, you'd have to be really doing this family project in a way that's about, not wasting money and saving it for important things like that. Okay. The same sort of ratio seems to have occurred at the level of wealthy yeomen, traders, and the middling sort. I think that might be a kind of like way to say middle class. Every time I highlight this thing just wants to get a little bit like less smooth on me. Thus, Jocelyn gave his 3 daughters portions varying between 240 pounds and 500 pounds apiece. The clergyman yeoman, Giles Moore, gave his daughter about 300 pounds, right? So now we've moved from the aristocracy to what's pretty much the middle class, if you want to call it that. Pretty much everybody else who isn't poor. And a northern yeoman states that he had 300 pounds with the girl he married. With annual incomes of between 50 and 100 in the 17th century, these were probably, again, roughly equivalent to 3 years' income. So it's kind of an interesting rule there. Like, about 3 years' salary, you can say, or income makes a decent dowry. If you said like the typical salary, let's say it was 75,000, maybe that's kind of on the lower end now. Well, I mean, for the average, let's just say, fine, 70,000 for one person, okay? Not a household income, which would include the mom at this point too. So it would be more, but let's go on the lower end, 70,000. 70,000 times 3 is $210,000. Setting up a household, where I live with her, let's say she wants to be stay-at-home mom, whatever. She's coming in with $210,000. That's pretty significant for the average person, right? You can go in and you can get a pretty sizable, that's going to be about half the cost of the house, maybe a tad bit less nowadays. But with whatever savings you had, you can put in and you can have a very manageable mortgage. You continue to work. Health insurance is through the job. You have these babies coming out. Oh, wait. All right, yeah, so you got some of these babies coming in. That could be manageable, all right? And, so just throwing that out there. So, maybe we can say as a hard and fast rule when we think about this, about 3 years. I'm not even going to say of the father's income Because nowadays, about 2 to 3 years of the household income from where she's coming from, if she wants the TradCon deal. Okay, moving in. With annual incomes of between 50 pounds and 100 pounds in the 17th century, these were probably, again, roughly equivalent to 3 years' income. At the husbandman level, as far as we can yet see, a sum of between 10 and 50 was considered reasonable. So now you're getting into poorer classes. Between 1550 and 1720 in Lupton, I think that's how you say that, near Kirkby, Lonsdale, where most of the inhabitants were husbandmen, out of 39 portions mentioned as being given to daughters, though not specifically tied to marriage, 33 were under 20 pounds. In Earlscolne, between 1550 and 1800, of 13 portions, the mode, 4 cases, was between 40 and 50 pounds. The rest were widely distributed. These seem smaller sums in relation to annual income, probably 1 or 2 years on average. Okay. Likewise, though, so on the poorer end, it's not, middle class and above, it's about 3 years income. Going on the poorer end of the scale, it's about 1 or 2 years, depending on what you can bargain. Likewise, though it is very difficult to find evidence, the portion of a laborer's child was probably even smaller, perhaps 1 to 5 pounds at the most. The really poor would probably have no portion. And they're going to talk about kind of what society did for the really poor. Like, this is a very good paper. The size of the portion is affected by changes in the cycle of an individual family. Thus, later marrying daughters, as in Jocelyn's case, may get a larger portion as the estate expands. Okay, so that's interesting because it talks about the strategy in terms of timing for when the daughter gets married. And so the earlier the daughter gets married, that's less time for the parents to save up for a dowry, versus if she gets married a little later, that's a little bit more time. Variations also occurred according to the number of children who were sharing the estate. That would make sense. There were also secular trends over time. Stone and Habakkuk have pointed to the rapid rise in the size of marriage portions among gentry and aristocracy at the end of the 17th century, linking this to the state of the marriage market, which was mainly determined by the ratio of men to women. Thus, it was expected that at marriage, a girl would bring a portion varying from a few pounds to thousands, depending on her rank. See, so in this sentence is where the issue of hypergamy is really, pertinent. The actual composition of the portion is important in determining the effect of such expectations. If, as is elsewhere the case, the portions consist mainly of land or of housing, the effects are different from portions mainly in goods or cash, which are movable. So one thing we're going to see is that, in a lot of places, real property was part of the dowry. England kind of moves towards more movable property. And as, so it's more about cash and actual goods that are like worth money that can go with the bride. In some places like in Greece or Italy, the expectation is a house. So that would be real property. Unless they're like really rich in England, then they probably have property too. But they kind of lean more towards movable goods, which would be like cash or gold, for instance. Okay. There was a mixture of constituents in English portions with an emphasis on movable wealth. The two major items brought by girls as their portions were household furniture and ready cash. Okay. In other words, they were expected to contribute 2 of the 4 necessaries. Thus, a Staffordshire yeoman's daughter married in 1601 had the following marriage goods: 1 joined bedstead, a press, 1 feather bed and 1 flock bed, 2 bolsters, 2 pillows, a quilt, 2 blankets and twilled covering, 5 pairs of sheets and 2 pillow biers, 1 tablecloth and a half dozen table napkins, 2 pairs of candlesticks, 9 pieces of pewter, a salt, 1 brass pot and 1 brass pan, 9 nitchen of hemp, and 5 of flax. In addition, she was allowed 10 pounds in ready money for taking care of other needs as they arose. Another contemporary list, this time of a merchant's daughter, shows the same preponderance of linen and furnishings. Okay? The general emphasis on household linen is shown in the contemporary chest or chist, a large store. This is the dowry chest. A large storage box which would carry the articles to the new house and then be a useful piece of furniture. Alongside the like and a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah, Matt, we can get a real mean Christmas dowry song going. I know the folks have been working on that in the Discord. Women's sound effect is now in the Discord. Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. Thank you for that. We'll have to, you know what? I'm going to listen to that right now just because I can't add it in right now, unfortunately.
Women.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. I appreciate that. Really, I do. Okay. So we're at a large storage box which would carry the articles to the new house and then be a useful piece of furniture. Alongside the furniture was the money. Yes, the money in cash, bills, or bonds. But men don't care about a woman's money. Okay? And that is her property. That is her money. It is likely that this formed the largest single item brought by the girl. Medieval portions for the gentry and for ordinary villagers show a similar emphasis on cash and furnishings. Since the portion was both an anticipation of inheritance and a marriage gift, it is helpful to look at wills for our 2 sample parishes to gain a further insight into the nature of portions. In the chapelry of Lupton, most often, I almost want to say Luton, but I think that's like a real place where I think is where Andrew Tate came from. And that would be like kind of funny if that was exactly like the same city, but this is spelt with the P. So we're going with Lupton, folks. Not to be confused with Lipton tea, Lupton. Most often, in the chapelry of Lupton, most often the portion mentioned was a lump sum of money. Okay?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Fairly frequently in the later 16th century, a single piece of livestock, a calf or cow, would be added to the money, and sometimes bedding in chests. Nowhere are agricultural tools included, and only very occasionally, when there were no sons, would a house or land be mentioned as part of the portion. That's another thing too. That's a strategy. Like you might know of a woman who like they only have one daughter. You know what I'm saying? And so if you marry this family that only has one daughter, then you can sort of assume, you should really be talking about this, her inheritance is going to comprise the entire estate of her parents, when they pass, right? So in like medieval times, the greatest English knight, I think his name was William Marshall. There's a guy on YouTube that I really like who does all these English archery videos, and he did a video on William Marshall. And what would happen is like, sometimes if a child would get orphaned, they would have inherited their parents' wealth, but they're too young, so they would become a ward in someone else's household. Now, that property is the child's, but all the incomes from that land would be the right of who's taking care of that ward, basically, right? And then when they're old enough to marry, then they would go with that basically as their property and dowry, essentially, to whoever they married. William Marshall, who was who was, you can say, the most legendary knight in England, he took on one such ward whose both of her parents had died, and so she was the sole heiress to this large estate from an old noble family, and he then married his ward and became very wealthy after that. So anyways, interesting there. That's just a little history tidbit while we're talking about England. Okay. Nowhere are agricultural tools included, and only very occasionally. When there were no sons, would a house or land be mentioned as part... when there were no sons, would a house... Oh, and only very occasionally, when there were no sons, would a house or land be mentioned as part of the portion. In Earl's Colna, likewise, money constituted the vast bulk of portions. With occasionally a house and land if there were no sons and the parents were dead. So that's kind of the word there, like for Sir William, excuse me, is it Sir William Marshall? Gosh, I can't remember. I think that was his name. You know what? I want to look him up now just to make sure. The legendary English knight. Oh gosh. Legendary English knight William Marshall. It was William Marshall. Okay, yeah, first Earl of Pembroke. Whew. Boy, would I've been this guy right here, the greatest knight. Ooh, I think this might have been the YouTube video I saw it too. I really like this guy. No, this is a different guy. This guy, the History Squad. I love this guy's videos.
Hi, my name's Kevin Hicks. Welcome to the History Squad.
I love this guy. He does all these archery videos and stuff. And he talks about William Marshall's whole life and everything. And it's kind of a fascinating listen. I'm going to share that in the chat with the folks. I'll also put it in the Discord. You know, if you're trying to fall asleep and, well, I mean, you'll probably stay up for this one, to be honest. But if you're trying to like just watch this, you know, you want something interesting to watch while you're drinking your tea, because we're all English, so we like tea, you know. But yeah, this is a good one. So he discusses that. So yeah, fun stuff. William Marshall. He's got an interesting story. But let's get back. We got to stay on what we're doing here. Greater than Suge Knight. Yeah. Well, you know, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Oh wait, hold on. Where's our Suge Knight at? Dang it. I got so many things at this point. There we go.
Have the stomach.
Oh, is that sugar free? I'm sorry, I mixed them up, man. I can't even remember at this point. All right, moving on back to what I do know. What is perhaps in Earl's colony, livestock and agricultural tools were never mentioned. Okay, what is perhaps most notable about the portions is the absences. Unlike the dowries of many Mediterranean societies, so this is going to be like Greece and Italy, the girl was not expected to provide a house, nor did she usually bring tools or livestock. So that's how it was in like Italy and Greece, you know, in Cyprus, all those places. In England, they valued cash more. So, you know, land, as we shall see, was an optional extra. She brought movable, fluid assets, which could easily be transferred into the new enterprise. In other words, she provided capital for the venture. This is what traditional wives did, by the way. I can't help but emphasize that enough. Okay, this is the tradition the Tradcons claim to represent. The question then becomes how, if it was difficult to marry before a reasonable sum was provided by the bride, had such capital been accumulated? The answer will affect the question of age at marriage and the degree of parental control over marriages. So this is just some good insight and interestingness into the dowry system. And we're going to get into the different sources that the dowry came from. You know, I think most people are like, well, the dad, the husband did it. But there's actually several sources, and so we're going to look at that. Okay. In many societies, the girl is expected to weave and embroider her own trousseau, the wedding outfit, the sheets, and some of her clothes. This may have been the case in England as well, though there is little evidence to show that it was indeed so. But what we are really concerned with is the raising of a sum equivalent to a year or two's income. Remember, this is on the poorer side right here. But that's the question is asking, how did, you know, the people who, if it was difficult to save up for this, how did they do it, you know? But what we are really concerned with is the raising of a sum equivalent to a year or two's income. Where did the money for buying the furniture and the 10 or 20 pounds of cash come from? It is clear from the descriptions of wedding contracts, from court cases, from wills. See that? Wedding contracts, court cases, and wills. We have the documents, folks. And from other documents that, as in Jocelyn's case, a girl would often receive a lump sum as her portion or part of her parents' estate. While sons would have to wait for this until the parents' death, daughters would receive their share at or before marriage. So, you know, we're always hearing, oh, only sons ever inherited, and the women, like, they just couldn't get anything. But no, the women got theirs first. This is the real ladies' first moment. But no, say no to chivalry. But yes, so yes, they did get something. And in some places, that was even more than the son was going to get on the back end. Daughters would receive their share at or before marriage. It was recognized that this would put a strain on the parents, though there was a contemporary saying, children are careful comforts, though good, daughters when marriageable especially. The situation was particularly difficult, as one diarist observed, if a poorer family married into a richer one. This is hypergamy. All right, we're talking about hypergamy right now. The poorer family might well have difficulties trying to provide an adequate portion for their daughters. Okay, so if a family of lower status wanted to marry up into a family of higher status, they would have to pay a higher than normal dowry to account for this hypergamous jump, basically. Okay, so that's important. That's important. So if they weren't able to pay that, then guess what would happen? Rejection. There's going to be a rejection there. So they're all going to be, you know, having their English breakfast or whatever it is. Probably not way back then. And when the topic came up, they're like, okay, well, consider y'all's. Now let's get to the dowry amount here. Should be pretty standard, pretty normal business. You shouldn't be surprised if, you know, they didn't have what it was, then, well, you know, you should probably marry within your own. You should probably just, you know, stick to what you can afford. Okay, just stick with that. And so then you would have a rejection. Sorry. Dr. Marcus says she was the table. Yeah, exactly. I am the table. Nope. No, none of that. None of that. Tate is from Luton. Rich Cooper is from Luton. Likely the same city. Oh, interesting. I thought Rich Cooper, so I think he lives in Canada now or something. That's interesting. Unless they have another Luton in Canada, I'm not even sure. But yeah, I was reading that, I was like, Lupton. Like maybe it's like an old variant pronunciation or something, but I'll have to look into that. It would just be a kind of a, you know, funny thing. Okay. Oh gosh, yeah, here we were. Yes. Her parents can, oh, whoops. I lost my whole plate, man. Oh, here it is. The situation was particularly difficult, as one diarist observed. If a poorer family married into a richer one, the poorer family might well have difficulties trying to provide an adequate portion for their daughters. This isn't, look at the word, look at this sentence. This is exactly how a check on marriage would occur. This is exactly how a check on marriage would occur.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Okay, so important. If a daughter wanted to marry young, she would have to forfeit. Sorry, this whole thing is just getting ready to. I got so many tabs open that you can't see them because of my border, but that's probably what's contributing to that. If a daughter wanted to marry young, she would have to forfeit a chance of a large portion. So this is all going into the bargain. So she wants to marry young. Her parents, you know, reasonably at that age could have only saved up so much on average. So if she's going to have a smaller portion, then that means she can only attract a certain type of groom on the marriage market. So if she waits a little, so it's this kind of sweet spot between this age and this is the optimal request, or excuse me, the bequest, you know, of a portion to be able to get you into a status you want. If you really want to try to shoot for the high end, you can wait a couple more years, but you're going to be a little older, something to think about, you know. So it's interesting how all these factors kind of play in on each other. If a daughter wanted to marry young, she would have to forfeit a chance of a large portion. Her parents could not stop her marrying, but they could point out that not much capital had been accumulated, and she would thus be able to bring less to the marriage. The likelihood was that she would not obtain a good match. Okay, see, this is the hypergamy. This is the check. Unless outstanding beauty, temperament, or chance aided her. So maybe she had less money. She would still need to bring some money. But it's like, okay, fine. She's really hot. Maybe we could take 2 years income instead of 3 years income for a dowry. That's how I'm seeing that. Okay. I mean, so there we are. If her parents had married at 25, it was likely that only in their late 50s would they have accumulated enough to marry off their daughters. To give them each a good portion at the age of 15, the mean age at marriage in many traditional societies, I read that as bride price paying society. So 15 being way younger, kind of at puberty, you can say, you see earlier age of marriage with bride price paying societies. When dowry starts to take over, that pushes back the age of marriage for, some of these reasons that we're reading. To give them each a good portion at the age of 15, the mean age at marriage in many traditional societies, that's pretty much puberty, would have left them deprived of a substantial part of their estate. Okay? The giving of portions to daughters, therefore, often coincided with the start of a gradual retirement of parents. Having been married for 25 to 35 years, they began to hand over advanced shares to their daughters in their 60s. So that's interesting. What happened when parents were only just able to make a living and unable to give their daughter a portion? Okay, so this is where rolling up the arm sleeves and having to get a job starts to come in. One very common solution was suggested by Richard Gow in relation to Middle in Shropshire. He described a girl who was a comely, good-humored young woman, but her father having no portion to give her, she was constrained to betake herself to service. This is called getting a job. This is called becoming, a maidservant in some richer family's home. I guess you had to go down and see if the baker needed help rolling some bread. This is a real bread or buns kind of situation, I guess. So anyways, yeah, interesting. Hey, shout out Marcus Kerensky. Great to see you in here. I think this might be my first time. Salute to you, sir. Good to be here, bro. Thanks for being here, man. We appreciate y'all. Rich is in Canada, but originally from Luton, UK. Okay, cool. That's interesting. Thank you for that, Don DeMarco. Appreciate you on that. Okay, so yes, women had to work in the past when they didn't have one of these.
Your dowry, it's my right.
We have already seen that servanthood and apprenticeship were very widespread institutions in England from at least the 14th century. We have also seen that in these activities and in other forms of wage labor, it looks as if the children kept the profits of their labor. Consequently, it was they who were able to make some savings. Roughly, there would be about 10 years between starting paid labor and marrying. So maybe you can say starting to work at like 15 or something and then marrying at 25, maybe later, depending. Assuming that a girl at this level needed about 10 pounds in ready cash, a year's wages, at her wedding, she might well be able to save that sum during this period. This, of course, is crucial in understanding the relative weakness of parental control. An active labor market provided an alternative to inherited wealth. So if she's working for her own money, then, her parents are going to have a little bit less of a say in who she married because she's just trying to save up the minimum there. As well as that's how I'm reading that. As well as the efforts of the girl herself, friends, quote unquote, were asked to contribute pieces to furnish the house. So this is where your community comes in. The tradition of the wedding present. Thus, in a church court case, the mother of the groom asked a witness to give them, i.e. the young couple, because they should be but young beginners, some household stuff, and that she trusted the rest of her friends also would give him some one thing and some another. The cost of the wedding celebrations could be raised by a church ale or bridal, where the food and drink was contributed by neighbors, by friends and neighbors, and a profit might be made. So that's kind of interesting. It sort of gives a reason for having a wedding and inviting people because they all contribute a gift, and that helps the new couple in some way. So interesting. Indeed, if the community approved and a man had solid friends, such presents themselves might stand as a good alternative to a portion. Thus, Ralph Jocelyn mentions a wedding in Earl's Colne where the company offered freely, he took about 56 pounds. Okay. The difficulties in cases where poor maids had no portions were widely recognized in the leaving of bequests to charities for paying poor maids portions. Now, we saw this with the Pope, right? We saw the Festival of the Annunziata, and the Pope went out there and, he paid some dowries there, but they also paid a bunch more dowries, but they had some of the girls there at the celebration, and he handed them their dowries there, which one can still sometimes see commemorated on church walls. Okay, when a girl, and this is all because if they can't get it, then they're not going to be able to get married. When a girl had been working as a servant or apprentice, it may well often have been the master rather than the parent who provided the bulk of any portion. It is to this that the Italian visitor to England mentioned in chapter 5 was referring in the 1480s when he described the way in which individuals would make their marriages without depending on parents. Children of both sexes, he explained, would be sent away from home very early on as apprentices and servants and would never return home. And then the girls are settled by their patrons, not by their fathers. They also open a house and strive diligently by this means to make some fortune for themselves. Thus, the girl's portion could come from 6 different sources. Part might come from her parents, if they could afford it. Part from what she had saved over a period of years. That's from her working, and part as an extra gift from her employer. The community, through charity, might contribute something. Friends would give presents, and finally, neighbors would assemble on the day and contribute further presents and perhaps money. When we consider that the portion of a girl in the lower half of the population would probably be of the order of money and goods worth between 10 to 30 pounds, we can see that over time, an enterprising girl could save a reasonable amount. She might even be able to do so without the help of her parents. Clearly, where hundreds of pounds were involved, as with wealthy yeomen, this was more difficult. There is thus a fine balance. Marriages should not occur without a reasonable portion, and this would take time to accumulate for both parents and bride. Right? So what we're witnessing is also a regulation on reproduction. So people really had to think about, how they were going to take care of themselves moving forward in married life and when they became parents. What we have now with this, kind of welfare system is we have a lot of recklessness, to be honest. Back then, people probably saw what happened to those people. It would be very tough. It would be very tough for you. Over here, I think it's still a little tough, but you got, the welfare system and people just popping them out once or twice. People can barely stay married. I think the government is complicit in this because it's like, they're like, fine, we'll just pay these people to have kids because we want to get the birth rate up. But at this point, that's going down too. So we're piecing a timeline to how we got to where we are. Okay. When were such portions paid over? Maybe we could stop reading here. I mean, I think that, oh gosh, I'm kind of tempted to read another page of this. Where are we at on time? Oh gosh, 2 hours. Maybe I should hit the other It's Complicated video just so that we could maybe have some time for that base camp video. Well, all right, guys. You guys get the idea there. So that's another that's another source for y'all, and I hope y'all enjoyed that. So we're diving into it. We're not just talking out of nowhere. We have the documents. We have the documents. When someone says traditional, now, you can have a better understanding of what traditional look like. Okay. You know what? Speaking of a traditional, let's look at one more of an Instagram brain rot before we get into, what is this? The next video here. I'm trying to make time for the base camp. I mean, Dan the Man suggested that in there. Coach Greg Adams actually, reacted to this, and it was interesting. And I don't know. I figured I might as well just share it as well. So, well, she's kind of hitting it from the other way. It's funny because she's kind of talking about wanting to be a free agent from the woman's side. So we'll just listen to this. Uh-oh, I done messed up again. Every time. I always forget to, and I want to hear like the exact beginning of it, you know. Tab Valium. There we go. 80%.
Marriage, as it exists today, is a scam.
Oh,
These are my
yeah.
thoughts, okay? And I'm going to tell you why. And before men in the comments start typing bitter single mom, fucking relax, bitch, because I'm actually not bitter. I'm free. I laugh and come every day. My life is full of joy, loving relationships, kids, works, friends. It's abundant. Okay. And like, sure, life gets hard sometimes. Like I crashed the fuck out just last week, as you guys saw, but 9 times out of 10, men are the reason why. And yeah, you'll always hear someone say, well, my marriage is great. And okay, you're the exception. You are the exception. And also, it's great now. What if it turns south? What if it becomes damaged beyond repair? Now you have to break an insanely expensive contract and probably sell your house. And honestly, when I look around, the majority of married people that I know and don't know look exhausted and quietly homicidal. Most marriages I witness are just two exhausted people tolerating each other for tax purposes. They don't even really fucking like each other. This is what I'm seeing, okay? And I'm taking...
The only reason we're watching this is because for a second she talks about what marriage is really about, what it used to be, and so let's see what she says there.
And don't come at me.
The rest of this is just, her complaining. I get it.
With the kids do better in a 2-parent household argument, because no, kids do better in a healthy household.
Well, if they're not doing better in a 2-parent household, they certainly do better with dad, from what we've seen.
One that's calm and loving and safe. And even if it's just you and your kids. You know what kids don't thrive in? A house where mom's crying in the shower while dad's rage texting her from the living room. That's not stability. That's fucking trauma bonding with a tiny fucking witnesses. Okay. And can we talk about what marriage actually
Okay. Oh my gosh. Finally.
is? Because it didn't start as some romantic union between equals. It's
Okay. Well, equals. All right. But okay, here we go.
started 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. And it was never about love. It was about property. A father literally transferred his daughter to another man. She wasn't a bride. She was inventory.
So, she's going all the way back to the bride price system. I don't think she's probably looked into this deep enough to understand dowry. But, when she calls it inventory, I don't agree with that, because when you look at what anthropologists say, I know Michael's saying doesn't agree with this, but the bride price was uniform. So again, women's labor on the field mattered. So they're paying over a price that can help that family, get a wife for someone else in their family. But okay, whatever. Inventory.
That's how deep the patriarchy runs. It's in the
patriarchy
language. Then religion came along and was like, cool, let me make this holy. But the blueprint never changed.
See, yeah, I mean, so she hasn't looked into this very deeply at all. I mean, I guess, what else could, I didn't want to be stereotypical here. But it changes over from bride price to dowry. And the dowry system exists ideally so you can have a stable marriage that isn't just two completely exhausted people. It's so you can start off the venture on something that makes sense.
It was built to benefit men, and it still does.
Now, that's just kind of her resentment and hate.
Literally.
Men on the other side could say, oh, well, it was built to benefit women. A lot of times, men and women seem to have the same criticisms for each other.
Statistically, married men live longer, make more money, get more promotions, and are happier. You know why? Because marriage is the world's best wellness plan for men. They get built-in therapist, cook, maid, sex worker, scheduler.
Sex worker, cook, maid. I mean, you don't have a legal, I guess, it's not like you don't have a legal obligation to do all those things for your children.
Emotional support system all rolled into one. Meanwhile, married women are more stressed, less healthy, and they earn less than single women. We literally lose years of our lives trying to keep everyone else alive. Marriage.
Don't women on average live longer than men? Like typically, don't men pass away first? And I think I'd have to look at it again, but I think that's the same whether or not men are married or not, right?
Was built for a world where women couldn't vote. They couldn't own property. They couldn't survive without men. We have stopped needing men.
Most men couldn't vote for a long time too. Base says 1000 cc stare. Base FCZ says, what is so stupid is that some women are so narcissistic, they think the man got those benefits from them, not that a man needed those things to get her in the first place. Yeah, it's just, I think people used to be a lot more family centric, and then somewhere along the line, narcissism took over, and it was just about, I'm giving these things, and that's what this is.
And for survival a century ago, but marriage never updated its fucking software. There's a 56% chance your marriage will end in divorce. 50?
Now, as far as the software update goes, I do think we need a software update for marriage, as far as reincorporating some of these, dowry discussions and seeing how it makes sense going forward.
6%. That's not cynicism, that's statistics. So if someone told you that there was a 56% chance that the plane you were about to board would crash, would you still go on it? No, you wouldn't. You'd stay home because even if you did survive, you'd be all fucked up from the impact. And that, I think, is
if a plane crash.
Marriage. Most people don't die in it, but almost everyone comes out with some kind of fucking wreckage. And the truth is, marriage makes total sense for men. They get structure, stability.
See, this is where men and women are talking past each other, because especially nowadays, that's just not true.
Caregiving, social validation.
I mean, no, that's not what we're seeing. Mr. Pitt says marriage is only a wellness plan for men if the woman actually fulfills her obligations. Yes. Society today, and still it's a wellness plan for her too. Society today doesn't make women hold up their end of the bargain. Exactly. So yeah, she's overselling it on her side a little bit. Don DeMarco says, I'm tracking with her. This is what many RP guys say, so no biggie. Yeah, a lot of it is. It's just from their side. It's funny because like men and women, they have the same criticisms. It's like for men, it's like, it's the gynocentric matrix. For women, it's the patriarchy that oppresses them. So, it's really unfortunate and sad that men and women have been made to be fighting each other when there's probably something else they should be focusing on as far as what's making society what it is, but maybe not.
They make more money and they live longer lives. If I was a dude, I would get married again, hands down. It's like a spa membership for them. But for women, it's like unpaid labor and resentment. And I am not.
That's so funny. And it's like, she's kind of, this is kind of most of the TradCon women. It's like they have, that's my guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like a lot of them have this kind of resentment under the surface. And then it also goes to, so maybe it isn't in a woman's nature to want to be submissive. I thought women are supposed to be naturally submissive and that they want to do this and that's what makes them happy, but apparently not. They don't want to do that. It just builds resentment.
Anti-love. I love love. Like I love love. Like
romantic ethos.
Like it's a problem. How
This is the kind of addiction
much
mentality.
I love love. I love passion. I love connection. I love.
See, this is what back in the early romantic chivalry days, they said this shouldn't be a part of marriage. This is only something that can exist outside of marriage.
Deep companionship, all of it. But I don't need another contract that was designed 4,000 years ago to tell me I'm worthy of it. And I don't need.
I mean, she hasn't understood how that contract ebbed and flowed. Basically,
a government form to prove my commitment.
Yeah, I can get with the government.
So no, I'm not bitter. I'm free. And marriage was designed for a world where women couldn't read, and I can read sometimes.
Okay, well, shout out to her. She's a free agent in her own way. Let me see where I'm at here and she's off the rails. Marriage works best for men? ? Yeah, I mean, she, people are just talking past each other at this point. Marriage 2.0, you cannot lay claim to assets you didn't have under your name prior. to the marriage contract being signed. I mean, gosh. Yeah, gosh, there was a thing about a prenup. I think, I was watching a lot of Coach last week, and that would have made a good thing for now. But, oh no, it was on the Dumper. I like that guy's channel. And he was going over an NBA player talking to someone he's going out with about the possibility of a prenup, and her like just tripping out over that conversation. But sorry, that just reminded me of that. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Klaus says, structure from a woman, chaos probably, and I don't need any validation from women. Marriage 2.0, infidelity constitutes a surrender of any and all claims to marital assets. Absolutely. Yeah, and that would be, like our at fault. And even in the dowry system, in a divorce where there was no fault from the woman, she would leave with her dowry. She was entitled to that. It's her property. But if there was adultery, a lot of the time she would forfeit her dowry pretty much to her husband and kids at that point. So that was an important thing. Base FCZ says, I'm telling you, Shah, imagine a world where two people say, well, shoot, why not make things easy for each other? God forbid. I know. And I mean, marriage was supposed to be about, like, in my opinion, it's about two people coming together and being able to achieve a better outcome than they otherwise could have done individually. Especially when it comes to putting together and contributing assets and monies, and let's buy one house instead of each having to have our own places, and save money there and being able to save for this and that, and all that kind of stuff. But it ain't looking too hot right now. And she loves love. See that was a big tell. A woman like this, irregardless of all the other crap she said, would never be able to have a successful marriage because she's so obsessed with wanting to open one Snickers bar. And then before she finishes that, she's already trying to open up the next Snickers bar. Now she wants a Reese's. Then she wants a Crunch bar. Then she wants Twix. You know what I mean? Then it's this, then it's that. It's like when, if you just like, oh my gosh, like I got these video games that I have. You know what I mean? It's like, I got Mario Kart right here. You know what I mean? But it's like, okay, instead of beating this game, I want to get this game, and then I'm going to start playing this game, and I'm only like a quarter in that game, and then I'm going to start playing this game now. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, and then there's this one, and there's that one, and I got Super Mario World over here somewhere, which I gotta, locate. So yeah, I mean, it's just like, somebody like that is just chasing the dragon, and if they're good for like 7 to 8 years, maybe they can hold it together. And then that serpent raises its head again. And then all of a sudden it's like that fire's just come back. And then all of a sudden it's like, you don't love me the way I deserve to be loved, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it 1,000 times. Man, where's my Super Mario World Game Boy Advance game? No, that's Super Mario 3, but where's Super Mario World? I just got that one too in the mail off of eBay, and I was playing it earlier. It's all right. It's probably somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Yes, I'm very, very particular about my Game Boy games. But I've been so into ever since I got that Game Boy Micro. Gosh, how do I cover my eyes right there? Yeah, there it is. Woo. All right, I'm gonna mess with those later. But yeah, so I mean, she kind of snitched on herself a little bit. You know what I mean? So whatever. A spa treatment. Okay, she's a moron who's barely researched anything. Yeah. I hope her love isn't smut love. Yeah, well, it could be Morning Glory Milking Farm type love. Girls that love are constantly chasing the flavor of the month. Exactly. Let's see what the comments say. I think it's a bunch of trad cons. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's other people. This is called confirmation bias. I sympathize. I really do. But my husband and I have been through it all. 3 kids, 17 years of marriage, our party days, financial hardships during college, having to uproot our entire lives in 3 days due to house flooding, death in the family, you name it. I'm sorry this was your experience. I was rooting for you and Steven, but that doesn't mean it's everyone's. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is a person who's been following her. So sounds like she was going out with the guy named Steven, and Steven must have broke her heart. So
They played us like a damn fiddle.
so that explains a lot. So she's she's going through a kind of like rage phase, basically. She's pissed. And now it's all about, I'm doing so well. I never needed Steven in the first place. I think we got to the bottom of it, at least to some extent. But that doesn't mean it's everyone's lives, or even most. I see only happy marriages. It's all about perspective. Now, this is particularly rosy. You know, I get it. And I'd hate to say it's all about Steven. I mean, some of the stuff she said in there made a little bit of sense, you know. Let's see what else we can find. You know, maybe Laura Clary has some other amazing videos. Oh. Phone addict. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe it's just a parody of the Swifties. I don't know. Having lunch with my nonverbal, non-conversational 6-year-old is one of my favorite things. We just sit there eating, stimming, staring at each other. Okay, so was with someone, had a kid. I'm never getting married again. Okay, so she was married at one point. I swear to God, and if I ever tell you anything different, it's a trap. Is that the same one? Okay, it's just one of these. I'm down for love, even a life partner, maybe, but absolutely F those contracts. I would like to see that divorce. Like, I mean, was she making more money at one point? Did she start making more money than her husband? Then suddenly, you know, divorce didn't look like, I don't know. I wonder what happened, you know? Oh man, I missed a lot. Wasn't there a math BF recently? Still is, but that doesn't mean her ex isn't doing some things to make things crazy again. Legally, he's held things back. It sounds like this might be another woman who got the short end of the stick in the divorce. I do wonder. I can't, so I don't want to assume too much. Oh my gosh. Whoever said you cannot buy happiness clearly never paid for a divorce. Okay, well, so that's interesting. So she's been single mom crash out. I mean, okay. My 6-year-old son is obsessed with Sheryl Crow. Girl who has a oh, that was that one story. Well, let's see what the single mom
Scream to System of a Down, all the way to hot yoga.
I wish I could forward these. I really do.
It felt really good. I screamed and I cried and I screamed and I cried and I screamed and I cried, dude.
I thought she's like, okay, I don't know. Okay, maybe back then she wasn't doing so well. This is before she was starting to, you know, get off every day and have fun and have so many amazing friends and family. But this is her crashing out, I guess.
Because being a single mom is really hard. And I know I'm very blessed in many ways. And so many women have it way the harder than me. And I feel so bad ever complaining because I'm so blessed in my life. So I get that. But, you know, in those mornings, right, when, you know, your son is so angry, so angry, and he can't tell you why. He can't tell you why. And so he slams the dresser on the floor, you know, and there's broken shit everywhere. And you don't have that person, that partner to help you clean it up. And your daughter's just like craving, wanting this attention. And you feel like you can't give it to her because you need to make sure he's safe.
Damn. I mean, this could, like, part of this could almost be a sound effect too. Like when someone's just going on, you can just hit this on the soundboard.
And it just feels so much just in
I
those
mean, damn,
moments.
there could be a loop of this.
It just feels so overwhelming to be like in it alone.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry we had to go down this. My curiosity and okay. Do men like women? Let's just go with that. Let's just go with that. Girls that love are constantly chasing the flavor of the month. Steven was getting the spa treatment. She won't have a rage phase if she had a dowry. Exactly. That's what she was missing.
It's my right.
There seems to, I don't know, maybe her like Instagram career like took off somewhere in between that. What the heck was this one? Oh, I wanted to show you guys this one too, because we were talking about Morning Glory Milking Farm.
The women of Book Talk have permanently damaged their brains. They held yet another Book Talk event in real life that ended in disaster, called Sinners and Stardust, where your darkest dreams become reality. Okay. This was their dark romance ball. Yeah, nice. Totally normal stuff. Yeah, no safe words. Yes, very normal. Right. Yeah.
So this is like, I guess this is a monster bait or a romantasy convention. So it looks like they have like, it's almost like maybe like a furry convention, but it's like for the ladies who like this.
This is about books. Here is just one of the male.
Okay, so yeah, so, you know, so this is like one of these like male stripper kind of guys for hire, and then like these are the ladies that are like reading the book.
Actors they hired to choke attendees and point weapons at
They were hired to choke attendees and point weapons. Okay.
them. Get your bag, king. It's like, who's gonna tell them that the stripper doesn't actually like you? Yup, and we're
Oh man, look at that one. That's an interesting looking thing.
supposed to believe this is just for women who really love reading books. Absolutely nothing weird about it, except for those allegations. Apparently one of the few men there was sexually assaulted by multiple women, made to describe against his will how he would hypothetically kidnap a woman IRL like men do in the dark romance books. And at least one woman tried to stalk him by sneaking an air tag on him. Okay, so yeah, so I don't know. It looks like we got women stalkers out here too in 2025. Two men there was SA'd by multiple women, made to describe against his will how he would hypothetically kidnap a woman in real life, like men do in the dark romance books. At least one woman tried to stalk him by sneaking an air tag on him. Is anyone surprised? You just have to see the organizers of the event, aka the Dark Collective.
The Dark Collective.
First, we've got Nighthawk, lover of smut.
Nighthawk. Okay.
At least you're being honest.
Dark romance. Okay, so I guess part of this whole romantasy thing is called dark romance.
Resident Cinnamon Roll and the Bodacious Beauty Babe. Okay, you get it. Obviously,
I think it's so funny. It's that like this like has been brewing in the background and like nobody knew, and now it's just getting like completely just like seeing the light of day.
If some group of men put on a fan convention
Oh, there's another one.
and all about celebrating their violent graphic fantasies, women would rightly disapprove of it and not feel safe there. These women are deranged and we have to shame this behavior. Or unfortunately, we're gonna see more of it.
I mean, you know, I don't know what shaming it's gonna do. You know, we do live in a free society. Others might disagree with me about that. Maybe they're right. I think she's like I think she's like kind of a tradcon on whatever podcast. I haven't really watched whatever podcast in a while, but I remember seeing some clips with her on there. Let's see what this is. This is the female equivalent of porn addiction. It is. It very much is. It is. It is. This is fetishizing serial killers. Really disturbing. I mean, you know, hey, so this is normalizing grape culture. Do they know kink parties exist? The title of Gooner does not discriminate against gender. There's two sides of women who read books, same as two sides to dudes who watch anime. I feel bad for the actors. I am 100% sure it must have been so uncomfortable for them. Okay. Let me just look at some of these comments real quick. Oh gosh, where did I leave off at? Bae says she's over there crying like she didn't pick the man she left. Okay, that was for the last IG. She wouldn't be alone if she didn't get divorced. Maybe she can take half. Oh, sorry, missed that. Maybe she can take half now. Or maybe she can take off now. Smut version of Comic-Con. Modern gigolo. Yeah, I guess in some ways, yeah. I mean, stripper probably seemed like a way to describe that. That's from Silent Hill. Okay, I think I saw that. Yeah, I think I might have seen that before. Pyramid Head. I had a woman stalker. I honestly, I believe you, you know? And I mean, you know, it's not uncommon to hear a story from a guy about like that crazy stalker ex-girlfriend, you know. Maybe the word stalker is not used as much, but there definitely is that, you know, that's like the proverbial Some of us know women like this who have done that to their boyfriends in the past. I mean, you know, I think everyone's probably seen some type of that somewhere, at least a little bit. Angry Casper, is this how females feel when they see guys play D&D? The ick. The ick. Solve, guys. You all just got the ick. Yep. I mean, yeah, that's the other side. That's the other side. Why is Pyramid Head there? BDSM already exists and has well-established social event regulations, and none of these women are interested because they'd have to obey pesky rules like consent. Yeah, I mean, BDSM is a thing. You know, this is like, this I think is more about them trying to get with the characters in these romantasy novels. So they're totally going off that. The Pyramid Head guy isn't from a book. That's from Silent Hill, a video game. I wonder if those women know that. I've been effing telling you guys to stop calling grape and pedophilia dark romance, and yet people always try to argue with me. I promise the world is better off without you. If you... Okay, this is just going on. I'm tired of people pretending sexual sin and lust is solely a male issue. Yeah, see, that's where the whole double standard comes in. If you only read dark romances, and smut, you don't like reading. You just like prawn. You have a prawn addiction. I really hate how they're positioning themselves in the same group of people who actually enjoy reading different kinds of novels. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe they just been hiding behind the word smut this whole time, and all of us forgot, like, what smut actually is, because, you know, none of us were really reading smut to begin with. At least none of us guys, for the most part. I don't think so. But that's crazy. They didn't make a movie out of Silent Hill, Shah. That's what you remember. It's the mom and girl go to a town shrouded in mist, and then weird things happen. Okay, yeah, that's probably where I've seen that. Because the Pyramid Head guy, I didn't know his name, but it looked familiar. Like I saw that somewhere. Has a very disturbing ending with the ladder scene. I might have to watch that now. You know, I'm not like the biggest horror guy, you know, especially horror video games, but I've heard about Silent Hill over look at that. I sound like a boomer right now. Silent Hill over the years. I know it's a classic game going back. Base FCZ says people really don't grasp that things progress this way for these women because we have a society that dehumanizes men on every level. Yeah, and I guess you could say the opposite of that is it kind of glorifies women's kind of promiscuity or sexuality or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, in that video we watched a few weeks back, I think a lot of the reason women kind of fly under the radar with this is because they sell it as a type of empowerment. Like, oh, you're empowering yourself, kind of, you know, exploring your sexuality or whatever it is. Angry Casper says, also, they didn't really get the spirit of the game, much like what they did to Witcher. I guess, yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised when it comes to like making a movie out of a game. Unfortunate. Bay says, I've studied these books for years. People really don't see the finer print of these stories, but I'll make a video about it soon. Heck yeah. I'm patiently waiting for that, Base. Yeah, I'll love to watch that. I remember when I did the reaction to the other video, you were giving us some insight. It's kind of funny, like, I appreciate that you've actually been looking at this phenomena, because for a lot of us guys, like, I mean, for me in particular, like, I knew about romance novels, but I can't say I was, like, I don't have any memories of really being aware of it to this level, you know, so I just never, you know, came across that. Look up AO3, Archive of Our Own. I'll have to check that out. Okay, we're about 2 hours, 30 minutes. Let's go ahead. And so now we're going to watch the other side. And we're going to do a poll here. Just to kind of do like the opposite one. Do men like women? We can do a yes or no there. So ladies, if you want to get the guys back for, you know, the first episode, this is going to be the time. Saying that men came up with tentacle corn. Yeah, that's definitely probably not something a man thought up. Bay says, if you want, Shah, there's an old video I did on 50 Shades of Grey many years ago. I'll definitely look that up. I'll look that up for sure. That sounds, I might have actually watched that already now that I think about it, but I'll look it up. Thanks for letting me know on that. Okay, do men like women? Man, I just thought of Jordan Peterson. What do you mean by men? And what do you mean by do? And then what do you mean by like? And how do you define women? So when you put all these things together and you're asking me, do men like women? What do you really mean? And we have to be very precise on our definitions here.
Do men like women?
Yes, men like women.
Do men like sex or do men like women?
Men like women that give them sex.
Men love women.
Do men like sex or do men like women?
Men like sex.
They like our bodies. Duh.
Do men like sex or do men?
You know, I do think it's a horrible accusation. Like for someone to say that to you, it's so messed up. It really discounts everything that you've ever done. It discounts an entire connection you have with somebody. Like it really is an accusation that's pretty heinous, unfortunately. But you know, would it be someone says that, then that's the end of it.
Men like women.
Men like sex. Sex. I like sex too, though.
Okay, I'm so glad she said that because literally, I have watched this episode, but like it's been a little bit since it came out. I was like, man, women, and I know Bass has mentioned this a few times, but it's like both men and women, I think, like sex just as much. Heck, you could probably even make the case that women want it more.
Outside of sex, what's the number one thing that men would like about women?
Titties.
I think they'd like to have someone that like everybody else likes. Like, it's like if they get like a power off of like if your arm candy sort of thing. Like
That's okay. It's an ego.
they don't
thing.
like you, but they like having you on their arm.
How she make me feel, how she make me want to do better and, achieve my highest potential.
Do men like women or do men just want
I like
someone...
how like she said that about how like men just want someone to show off. And then there's him over here. He's just like, well, I want someone that can really, that like helps me realize my highest potential. Like he's putting all this value in the woman that's like different from the stuff they're saying.
Who cooks and cleans?
My mom can cook and clean, so it's a difference.
If men like women, why do so many men insult or belittle women when they get rejected?
Their own insecurity.
Who takes rejection worse, men or women?
That's what I kind of want to put in the poll. I'm gonna end this poll. Like we got 100% here say men like women. Okay, 9 votes. Let me just do this other one. That's a good question. Who takes rejection worse? Question mark. Men or women? There we go. Oikophobic says, good question. Thank you, Oikophobic. Men like genuine desire. Maybe you could, that might, maybe that can apply to both. Jordan Peterson really does have a unique ability to take a simple question and overcomplicate it. Oh yeah, he does. Angry Casper, I've seen that live and in living color. I saw that because I once paid to go see Jordan Peterson. It was back in like 2018-ish or so, 2017, 2018. I know I've told you guys this story before, but it was in downtown. It was like $100 too, but I'm like, you know what? He was I don't know. That was definitely like the peak of my sort of Jordan Peterson, consumption there, just reading his stuff. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm all Jordan Petersoned out. But somebody asked him in the Q&A time if he believed in the literal, death and resurrection. And he answered that question for like 30 minutes. And I'm telling you, I sat there intently listening, and by the end of it, I still did not know if he... The question was, did he believe in the literal death and resurrection? And I sat there, I listened to the whole explanation, and I really could not tell you if he does or doesn't. And then it was even weirder when, like, literally less than a year ago, he goes on that Jubilee thing, and they had to change the title, and then it still wasn't clear about, what his beliefs were. But, so be it, whatever. Jordan Peterson. Does he have to be clear about it? I don't know. Maybe not. And I respect it. But it was just like this interesting thing. And then after that, after I saw Jordan Peterson, my buddy back at the time, his dad owned this like restaurant, or was in part, he was a partner with some other partners. They owned this steak restaurant. And I went there and I went to the basement level of that restaurant. And they had a bunch of representatives from like Hennessy or these different like alcohol representatives, because these alcohol representatives would sell booze to this like high-end restaurant. And they had a contract with them, so the representatives were there. And we were smoking cigars in the basement. It was a good cigar. It was a Wednesday night, too. I literally had to work at child support the next day. And one of the Hennessy representatives brought out this very expensive Hennessy bottle that had apparently been barreled. Like, the Hennessy had been barreled from when Napoleon Bonaparte was still alive, And I'm not really a drinker, to be honest, but I did have a little swig of this. Hennessy. So yeah, I saw Jordan Peterson, and then I had a cigar, and I had a little swig of some Hennessy that was pretty much as old as, going all the way back from when Napoleon Bonaparte was. And the part that I really hate to admit about the story was that the next day at work, when I was sitting at my child support cubicle, I felt this weird like twinge, and it was in my guts leading all the way up to my tongue. And I was like, what the hell is that? And I realized it was a craving. And then at that moment, I was very happy that that specific Hennessy was so expensive and out of my reach, because that was not something I wanted to pursue further. And that's when I saw Jordan Peterson live.
Maybe women.
Would you agree that men take rejection worse on the front end, while women take rejection worse on the back end?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Okay, yeah, I completely agree with that. We were actually just talking about that earlier, by the way.
Girls are a little more emotional. As a female, I know. Men kind of just have an ego.
Men take rejection from not getting the woman they want, and women take rejection because after they get the man not want to be with them after he gets what he wants.
Why do women think men have bigger egos when men face more rejection than women?
Because men are better at hiding it, and women don't.
You know what? To be honest, I like his answer. I think he's right.
Like to think they have egos.
If men like women, why do they often define women's value based on youth and beauty?
Maybe that's the first thing they look at.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think it's kind of an on the surface thing, kind of the first thing they see, kind of what they judge on.
If women like men, why do women often define a man's value based on wealth and status?
Because women want to be comfortable and they want to not want for anything and want to be secure.
Because if you're going to choose anything, choose money.
A real man's going to like provide for a female.
A real man.
Again, I think women are more like family orientated, like care about their children. So like if they can support kids.
I think, yeah, maybe women kind of look past like seeing how money.
It's kind of interesting because a lot of women choose men that really, don't seem to.
Money.
A real man's going to like provide for a female.
Again, I think women are more like family orientated, like care about their.
See, like, I mean, and I don't want to be tough on her, but it's just like, are women really more family oriented than men? I don't know. I don't know if I.
Children. So like if they can support kids.
I think, yeah, maybe
See, this is the whole, well, women are these angelic beings and they don't like sex and they're just thinking about these other things. Dan the Man says, getting sleepy, heading out. Good night. Hey, man, no worries. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate all your contributions with the songs, and I appreciate your comments in the Discord, man. But you have a fantastic night. Enjoy your Sunday tomorrow. Klaus says, at least the blonde one is honest. I have to make my point from last week again. Just think about all the different toys for women and only a few for men. Yeah, that's a good point. I missed the general companionship of my ex, so it's not just a physical thing. Yeah. I think when they say that, it's really about dehumanizing men. I think Base might have just said that earlier. But it's really a terrible accusation. Life is good either way, but when she was cool, it was great. Yeah, it is great. It's nice to spend the evening with a nice lady, and it's not just about sex. I mean, that's, cool too, but hanging out and, chatting and relaxing, is nice. Yeah. It's super simple. This is why decriminalizing the ladies of the night won't make a difference, does it? In Australia? Australasia? No joke, guys. That insult after being turned down are a massive L. Yeah, guys that, yeah, I agree with you. Guys that insult after that, it's like, just leave it. Like, you don't got to do that. It definitely showcases the resentment. If you just walk away, then some are mad that you didn't try again. It's not a smart question, but it's only leading one probably. Okay. When men were in charge of marriages, people became great grandparents. Okay, moving in.
Women kind of look past like seeing how money affects their future.
If men like women, why
like care about their children? So like if they can support kids,
I think maybe they women kind of
provide for a female.
Again, I think women are more like family orientated, like care about their children. So like if they can support kids,
I think maybe they women kind of look past like seeing how money affects their future.
If men like women, why bother asking what do women bring to the table?
Because most women don't bring anything to the table, so you need to know from the beginning.
Because in reality, we should all know what we bring to the table. We bring life, we bring prosperity. We can make a house into a home. We can make
Oh man, yeah, there's just a lot of selling going on here.
home to where it's a loving place. And it's just in general, women are a lot to this planet Earth. And if it wasn't for a woman, you wouldn't be here today.
I mean, yeah, but to be honest, it also took a man's participation in that too.
If men like women, why are more men?
I mean, you know, think about all the stuff the guy had to do. The guy had to seduce the woman, this, that, you know, help make a safe nest for her and all that kind of stuff. Like, don't discount what the man's doing to get this up.
And choosing
the men's labors and effort to create and sustain a place that helps babies become adults is very important. Heck, maybe even arguably more so than what the women are doing, if you want to go that way.
To remain bachelors.
Honestly, I don't know. You should ask those bachelors. It's too
Choosing to remain bachelors.
Honestly, I don't know. You should ask those bachelors. It's too scared to step up and be a man.
Step up and be a man.
If men like women, why do they pressure them into roles that limit their freedom?
Maybe because they think they have some kind of authority as a man.
To be controlling. Some men like to be controlling.
Don't women pressure men into roles that limit men's freedom?
Yeah, like that.
You know, it's interesting too, like with that woman in the marriage is a scam video, like it's mostly the women that are pressuring the guy to get on one knee and marry and be a man, where most of the guys are walking away. So it's just interesting that woman in the video said for guys, it's such a good deal, but it's men who are mostly walking away, and it's mostly women who are trying to pressure guys into more of a committed, marriage deal. It's women who don't want to sign the prenup when I guess it would be beneficial, at least for that blonde woman in the IG. Let me just end this poll. 89% say women take rejection worse. Okay.
Happens.
How so?
They want them to be like the breadwinner, do all the work, bring home the money, and actually, I don't know.
Don't women pressure men into roles that limit men's freedom?
Absolutely.
So, but chivalry's kind of dead.
What the heck?
If men like women, why would they feel threatened by women gaining independence?
Because men lose more power. Men love power.
Because they want to control a woman.
Yeah. They want us to be delusional. They want us to believe that it's only about them. No, we have our own lives and we can succeed ourselves.
Is it better to be wanted or to be needed?
To be wanted.
So why would men feel threatened by women not needing a man if it's better to be wanted than to be needed?
Again, they're scared of their own insecurity. They're scared of women having independence.
If men like women, why do they no longer want to be leaders and providers?
You can say that you like us, but like and love is a different commotion. And you can say that you like me and still do things to harm me. But when you love me and you value me, that is a difference.
I don't know. I mean, people that love somebody, I guess it depends how you define
Why would men
that.
want to continue being leaders and providers when they're more likely to be blamed and punished for it?
It's not even being blamed and punished for it. It's just hard to take accountability. If we were all to sit here as people and take accountability of where we went wrong, it wouldn't be no pointing fingers.
Do you think women actually want men to be in power or not?
No, they just want men to think they're in power.
It depends on what type of light we're looking at. Because when women sit there and we speak facts, or we speak how we are here today, or we speak just things that we do in general, we get talked down on, or we can say that we have too much of an attitude, or we don't know how to be quiet, or we talk too much. But in reality, we're speaking just like you. We're all equal, aren't we? So why can't we speak how you speak?
Can also do this too.
Dowry, it's my right.
Oram says, hey, shout out Oram, good to see you, man. I have yet to see one of these chicks that they make a 10-foot tall pole long enough for me to reach them with. Shout out, man. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Always the insecurity shaming. It gets boring over time. It really does.
If men like women, why would they dismiss women's opinions or talk over them?
Because they want to feel, I don't know, maybe dominant. They want to be in control. Yeah, dominant. They want to
Man, this video makes me want to go back to Vegas. And I do not care for gambling or anything of the sort, but I want to hang out with my buddy John again, man. That was fun. Shout out to It's Complicated channel.
be in control. They like women to feel belittled.
If men like women, why do they no longer want to be leaders and providers?
I asked the same question. I don't know.
Why would men want to continue being leaders and providers if they're more likely to be blamed and punished for it?
You gotta ask a man. I really don't know. I asked the same question.
Because men are natural leaders and providers in our DNA.
There we go. There's the natural.
If men like women, why are more men choosing to remain bachelors?
Because men like sex.
What does that have to do with being a bachelor?
Bachelors can do whatever they want.
I think what he's kind of getting at is that bachelors can get more sex than even like some married men.
So do you think bachelors are more likely to get more sex
There it
than
is.
married men?
Yes.
So why would a man want to get married?
So he can control that certain woman.
If men like women, why do men seem to care more about sex than love?
Maybe they really aren't in love then.
If men like women, why do they slut shame women for the very thing they want from women?
Well, I guess, you know, maybe when they're not getting it or they, you know, it's kind of like a resentful thing. You know, I'm sure women have an equivalent on the other side. Oram says these chicks are all going to be miserable when they're 40. I want to point and laugh at them like I do the 40-year-olds that are miserable now. Oh, man. Oh, shout out to you, man. The harshness. No one escapes Aram's laughter.
It's hard. That's a really hard one. I think, again, probably something to do with their egos.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you can't be doing it with everybody and then trying to come at me and try to make me have to do what everybody didn't do. So, yeah.
Because they're judgmental. All of them.
I mean, you know, are women not judgmental?
What are they judgmental about?
Your body count? It's okay for them to do it, but not you.
If men like women, why aren't men satisfied being loyal to just one woman?
Because they can't keep their in their pants. Yeah. It's not a logic behind it. It's just what they do.
That's another double standard. I mean, women for the most part can't keep their pants on either. I mean, you know what I mean? If we're being honest.
Okay, I don't think we're genetically made to be with one person.
A man could have a woman doing everything for them and they'll still crave another woman. It doesn't really matter on that. They just want attention.
It's never about a woman. It's about how many women they can fill to make them fill their ego to make them feel man enough.
Well, why do women often choose men who are more likely to cheat?
Because they're usually hotter.
Don't women prefer men that other women want?
Okay.
Probably.
So do women have the right to complain when women are choosing men that are more likely to cheat?
Well, what about men?
Can you explain?
What about men? Are the men doing the same thing?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would say so, yes.
Because I can go out and have a kid with 5 other women, and they can be born at the same time. A woman can't have a kid with 5 other men born at the same time. It's not genetically possible or biologically possible.
If men like women, why would they dismiss women's opinions or mansplain?
I think so they feel like they're in control again, like kind of
Maybe feel like they're the correct one in the relationship.
like they have the upper hand.
Because women's logic is very often they don't understand things for what is. They don't understand stuff, yeah.
So if women like men, why do they tell men?
Oram says, men just want attention. Explain the dearth of manly OF accounts then. Exactly.
How to step up and be real men?
Like I said, women's logic is so off. They think that they can tell a man how to be a man, which is beyond me. You know.
I think because like a lot of the time men say they'll treat you with they say things like there's a certain standard that men are supposed to hold, but they don't hold.
If men like women, why don't all men identify as feminists?
I think that's
That's a funny question.
that's ego crushing for some men.
If women like men, why don't they all advocate for men?
Because women not going to advocate for people other than themselves. You know that.
If men like women, why would they ever complain about women's bad behavior?
Because it's not what they want.
Well, why is it whenever men call out women's bad behavior, they're told they don't like women?
Because now you're being judgmental.
The MGTOW guys would want to have a talk about the ego accusation. Yeah, I mean, women's egos are legendary.
Holding women accountable?
No, not all the time.
If men like women, why do women often complain about not being treated right?
Because they're not treated right.
Well, why do men no longer want to open doors?
They're soft.
Well, that, or they'll get shamed, or they'll say, I can open my own door. Did the interviewer beat all of these people with a stupid stick prior to interviewing them? No, this is the folks.
Well, can chivalry and equality coexist, or is that a contradiction?
I hope they can.
Well, you said chivalry's dead.
It is dead, but I wish it was here.
Do you think that chivalry is dead and feminism killed it?
No.
If men
I'd have to agree with her. We got institutionalized chivalry now.
like women, why do so many fear women having the same power men do?
Because we'd be too powerful. I mean, look at us. Our looks alone could kill. And imagine if we could do what they could do. There's not a person on earth that could conquer a woman.
So what's everybody complaining
I think
for?
it's true women want the power of men without the burdens of men.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't great power come with great responsibility?
Of course.
So then why should women have power without responsibility?
They should have responsibility if they have great power. There's women out there that have great power that still have responsibility.
If men like women, why do they glorify protecting women but resist treating them as equals?
I think, again, ego and having that upper hand.
Yeah, I think you gotta ask a man that.
How can men view women as equals if they're expected to protect them? Isn't that a contradiction?
Not necessarily.
I kind of think it is, but
Can you explain?
because if they're expected to protect women, like that automatically puts them above, like puts them in the stronger position maybe.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, unless there's something else on the other side that they do that can balance that out, you can have equal value, I guess.
Protecting somebody isn't a form of equality. A woman can protect her man in a different way as well, but men see it as like an ego thing where they need to always be aware for the woman. But I don't think that has to do anything with equality, protecting somebody.
Do men like women?
No, and I don't think women like men either.
Do men like sex?
Americans don't like Congress, but they like their congressmen.
Or do men like women?
Men like sex.
Do you think people have a love-hate relationship with the opposite sex?
Absolutely.
Can you explain that?
I hate men, but I love men. I don't know how to explain it.
We're in a generation where men want to be women and women want to be men. So it's like, it's challenging. So it's.
If women want to be men, why shouldn't men continue to do all that other stuff for them?
Both. It's both. It's like a controversial thing where it's like we're arguing about who can be who or who can be who better or who's stronger or who's weaker. It's never equal or to where we see each other's value.
If men are more logical and women are more emotional, why can't we just accept the idea that we're probably more sexually compatible than we are emotionally compatible?
That's a good question. Why can't we accept the fact that we're more sexually compatible? That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. That's a great question. Dang, that's a great question. I wish.
Sex can be good, but if you don't treat me right, then it's not a good relationship. But the sex good though.
You fall in love with a person because of who they are, and then we want to change you into being something that you're not, and then get mad when you rebel against it. So it's
that's an interesting point.
Like we want something that we really ain't ready for a lot of times, us females.
I think she gave a good answer. All right, well, look at the comments there. I'm gonna put a poll up. We're getting at a little bit over 3 hours, and we got 24 good men and women in here. I do feel a little fatigue setting in. Do y'all want to see the based camp video? Damn, did Dan the man had to go. Wait. Oh, it was Dart Shaperia who shared. Okay, but he's not here. Do y'all want to see the base camp video? Start poll. Okay. I don't want to let y'all down. We got 37 likes. Thanks to all the folks who hit the like button. Thanks to all the people still watching. They gonna real men us to death. Interviewer ask any question. Men's ego. That's pretty funny. Women saying real men, they mean to her advantage. So much talk about ego, their self-awareness is non-existent. You can lead a woman to logic, but you cannot make her think. Women have become an exhausting liability. Yeah, they speak in the same language and in the same fashion, hive mind. Because feminism and femininity are not the same thing. Hey, you are here, Dart Sidonius. Okay, well now we have to watch. You know, it doesn't even matter what the poll says now. We have to watch we have to watch this because Dart Shaperia is here. I'm just gonna, after I read these comments, I'm just gonna take a tinkle, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll watch the video. See, not my energy's all back up now. Okay, because feminism and femininity are not the same thing. When they say men, they mean Chad. Do not get married. Why do me drink water? It's his ego. Why do men drink water? Why do men sneeze when they inhale pepper? It's his ego. Her answer exactly demonstrates how men have 100% responsibility to provide safety and resources, but no authority. Responsibility without authority equals slavery. That's the Rolloism. Why do women tell men what a real man is and use a reference of their father's paternal attributes? But men get criticized for defining what a real woman is by referencing their mother's maternal attributes. Interesting. Look at us. Our looks alone could kill, says the 4 who, with makeup, is barely a 6. Just like a child answering God, Jesus, the Bible, and Sunday school, and knowing one will be right, these chicks answering questions about men, ego, control, sex. The brain rot is wild. Take a shot each time they used ego. Surprised if you make it out alive. These ladies who say that the question should be asked to men are subtly showing that they haven't even tried to think about how a man thinks and why he might have that thought process. She only thinks of her own ideas. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's TFM, is it? Oh, well, that's good to know, man. Thanks for that. I always thought that was Rollo, but if that's Turd Flinging Monkey, then shout out to him. I never knew that's where he got it from. Okay. I can like a woman, not too sure about women. See, that's the congressman versus all of Congress. The lack of depth, introspection, plus the attachment to superficialities, materialism, and victim mentality paired with no accountability from these real women is ridiculous and sad. Okay, cool. So we're going to watch this one. 25 folks still in here. I don't want to let y'all down. And I'm going to just put my be right back screen for a second while I, take a tinkle out here, and then we'll be right back.
Yeah. She coming with nothing. Yeah. Deadbeat vibes. Let's go. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowry. Thinks she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no Corey. Roll up, no fun, she just got a vibe. Claim she the queen, but her wallet's bone dry. Want the whole plate, but can't carry a load. Talking about love, but she breaking the code. I'm stacking my paper, she stacking the stress. Bringing no cash, but she want the finesse. Think she the boss, but she causing a mess. Weight on my back, and she more than my ex. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowry. Think she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no glory. 808 quick, yeah, my bank roll thick. She show up empty, trying to pull a quick trick. Say she hold it down, but it's all cap. Emotional baggage, yeah, she got a full pack. I'm dodging like chaos, she stirring the pot. Claiming the workload, but she giving me squat. No coins in the purse, but she talking so loud. Deadbeat vibe, she ain't drawing no crowd. She pull up, no hustle, just running her lips. Expecting a throne, but she sinking my ship. Got dreams at the top, but no grind in the soul. Leaving me broke while she playing the role. I'm out here hustling, she just want to shine. Talking about feelings, but she crossing the line. Her drama's a storm, yeah, it's clouding my peace. Deadbeat energy, man, I need a release. Deadbeat woman, no bag, no dowry. Thinks she the table, but she just a story. Bringing no bread, but she want the glory. Deadbeat woman, drama queen, no quarry. Yeah. She flexing on a gram, but her pockets on EE. Talking big game, but it's all make believe. I'm carrying the weight, she just adding the pain. Bringing no value, but she raising the stakes. Her tears like a flood, but I'm seeing that act. Claiming she deep, but she shallow, that's fat. I'm trying to build wealth, she just breaking my back. Deadbeat woman, time to cut us a slack. No dowry, no hustle, she just wanna flex. Bringing the
All right, I'm back. Thanks, y'all. Mr. Pitt, thanks for putting the Discord link in there. And also the link to the audio there with this music on it. Appreciate that a lot, man. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you made that. Oh, that is so freaking cool. Let me just show that to the folks real quick. Look at this amazing link that Mr. Pitt made here. And we got a lot of the songs, so if you want to listen to them now before they get on the YouTube channel, here's a place for you to listen to them. So, oh, real cool, man. Look at that album cover. Yeah, that's nice stuff, man. That's nice stuff. Thank you for that, Mr. Pitt. Okay, let's go and get into this. The data, women may have broken Western civilization. So, I mean, you know, am I about playing the blame game? Not really. It was probably both of us together. But let's see what they have to say. I'm interested in seeing the data. I might skip through some of this as I choose. But let's go ahead and enjoy this. So this will be a nice way to take us out for the evening. You can start by oldest to see the classics first. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I like that. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. This is great. I'm going to go and just bookmark. This might even make it convenient for me just to play the music all in one place. Thank you. That's audio.com/the Shah Squad. The Shah Squad. Mr. Pitt, I appreciate you doing that, man. All right. So in this episode, Simone and the host delve into a controversial discussion on the impact of women and feminist movements on society. The conversation heavily references a piece of Arctotherium titled Progress Studies and Feminization, which argues that the rise of women in politics, the labor force, and academia has led to a decline in societal progress and optimism. All right, well, we'll see what's going on here.
Hello, Simone. Today we are going to be discussing how women destroyed society. And
because of course they did.
Of course they did. No, actually, so people, they go on our podcast and they might think we're going to do one of our sort of bait and switch things here where I'm like, well, women cause some problems.
I don't know if, I think the audio is just a little weird on his end.
No. And especially
no, you're like, but actually no, seriously.
My words, I'm going to be going over somebody else's piece, so no one attribute this to me. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's worth talking about this piece.
You're just
with a lot of
questions.
graphs and statistics shows how society began to fall apart with the rise of the feminist movement and women participating in politics and the labor force. And usually I'm not like particularly compelled by these sorts of cases if people know me. In this instance, I found it compelling. But what's interesting is the entire piece, if you didn't like wade through the first part, which I'm not going to share with you guys because it's boring, and the title, you wouldn't know that that's what the piece is. The piece is Progress Studies in Feminization. Okay? And then the subtitle is You Can't Undo Just One Part of the 1960s. And it's by one of our favorite writers for this show is Arctotherium.
He's fun. Oh, and he also, he's definitely, it's women's fault. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Arcto.
Okay, so it's written by somebody they know?
Fine. Let's hear your theorem.
Yeah, and the broader thing is, and I'll note here, I'm not saying all women are a danger to society. I'm just saying non-autistic women are a danger to society.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Like women like my wife are fine. You're a sweetheart.
Well, I mean, just to do basic female functions, I have to take the same amount of hormones as a trans woman. So, can we really call me female?
Right, yeah. So here I'm going to pop on screen a graph that was in this first rambling bit he did, which is the Henry Adams curve of energy consumption. And it's supposed to go
interesting.
Up logarithmically. But actually what we can see here is around the 1960s, it stopped, and if anything started declining, while before perfectly fitting to the curve. Then if we go down to this next study here, we can look at total pages published in the Federal Register, thousands of pages per year. We can also see a logarithmic curve.
Words per million related to themes of progress versus caution in English, French, and German books. Okay.
Going up until we hit around 1975, and then it basically stops. Okay. Now, to go into the piece where it starts getting interesting. We live in an age that has lost its optimism. Polls show that people think the world is getting worse, not better. Children fear dying from environmental catastrophe before they reach old age. Technologists are as likely to be told that they are ruining society as they are bettering it. ... And then he is right. This change is quantifiable. Books written in English, French, and German, the three major languages of the modern West, showed a continuous rise in the number of terms relating to progress and the future from around 1600 to 1970, when things suddenly took a turn for the worse. And here I will put on screen a graph here.
I'm gonna make a poll real quick. You know, is it all women's fault? I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that, but let's see what the folks think. Is it women's fault? Let's see. That Western civilization is collapsing. Okay.
And what you can see here is going into the 1900s, basically until you get to around the 1970s, two things happen in the English language. People stop using terms that stand for progress or the future, like moving forwards, and they start using more words that are associated with caution, worry, and risk. So society basically became worried about the future getting better. And if you go, and we talked about this in our episode, Nationalism Saves Countries, and it's not just...
I mean, you know, okay, yeah, so they'll probably talk about the economy, you know, and I mean, I could think of like 2008 going forward, you know, with the recession and stuff like that. So maybe people are just feeling like, you know, you start to get wage stagnation and these kinds of things. So they'll probably go into some of that. Let's see what they say. Klaus says, totally off topic. Why does it creep me out as heck that his voice is almost higher than hers? Well, you know, they got that kind of Bay Area tech thing going on. They're kind of, I mean, I don't know how you describe them, like some kind of hoity-toity tech legends or something. So he's got that Mark Zuckerberg looking deal, and she's got that sort of, I don't know, tech CEO lady deal going on. I really don't know what they do. I think they do something like that. I can't even remember now.
It's retro-futuristic nationalism, where if you go to the 1950s sci-fi, it's just very forward-looking, very excited about...
Man, you know, I want to go back and read A Brave New World. I do have the book. I'm sure Orem's probably read it. And I think they even made a movie on that. Oikophobic says, oh no, these guys. Yeah, but anyways... So
future, you know, it's all, you know, rocket ships and exploration and utopian colonies.
I think there was definitely that optimism. I mean, it was going to the moon and we're all going to be living in space and all this kind of stuff. And it was going to be amazing.
And that stuff is incredibly rare in modern sci-fi. You see,
you know, I think Elon Musk is trying to bring some of that back with his Mars ambitions.
Very, very little utopian sci-fi anymore.
In America, car drive you.
And even sci-fi that used to have, I think Star Trek's a bit of a dystopia, but it's at least written as a utopia. Watch our Star Trek episode, one of my favorites. But the utopian nature has left modern Star Trek, where it's written much more dystopianly now. If you look at something like, you know, Lower Decks, or you look at the new like Picard show and stuff like that. And the larger piece, just, you know, that he sort of views feminism as an antagonist to what he refers to as progress studies, or like research into progress. Now, I actually think this framing is stupid when what he's actually talking about is human progress more broadly. But if you're wondering what progress studies is, that's like what Tyler Cohen, like Mercantor does, that sort of stuff, all right? Or I guess Aporia more broadly does that, which is where this piece was written. One of the biggest
drivers... Works in progress too, right? Based out of the UK.
Yeah. Okay, so then back to his piece. One of the biggest drivers of progress is rationality. Progress depends on the belief that the world is rational to begin with and can be understood and therefore intentionally changed for the better. I would agree with that. Anton Howes, the historian behind the Age of Invention, calls this the quote-unquote improver's mentality and observes that it is historically rare, only arising in a handful of cultures. This is not an intuitive belief, exclamation mark. Muslim scholar Al-Ghazali famously argued that as everything occurs the way Allah wills it, rather than according to predictable laws, science was impossible. The idea of progress, that sustained improvement is both possible and desirable, is a fleeting one. And here I'll note here, we've talked about when Islam began to fail and became sort of a religion of the Dark Ages, because there was a period when it was one of the greatest religions of progress out there, so much so that when Western writers would write scientific works, they would often write under Arab pen names because people wouldn't take them seriously if they didn't. So that is how far ahead of us they were in the sciences, right? And Al-Ghazali comes along and basically everything begins to fall apart. He's like, we need to become mystical. We need to stop this progress stuff, basically.
Oh no.
Right. Yeah. Not great. And I don't think it's great for a lot of modern Jewish stuff, because we are seeing this in modern Jewish religious traditions with the Chabad movement, for example, moving them more towards mysticism and normalizing mysticism, which I see as sort of a Jewish version.
That's an interesting thing to think about. I think it works like a kind of springboard. I mean, you can only be so rational for so long before you're so spiritually deprived. And then probably the society becomes hungry for some type of spirituality. And then it's like pushing something down until it opens up like a Jack in the Box or something. So probably the amount of rationality maybe that it can achieve is based off of a certain limit. And then it reaches that and it becomes unsustainable given the current system that it lives in. But let's go and see where we're at and see if they blame women or not.
Version of Al-Ghazali's Sufi mystics. Even more importantly, reason allows people to stand on the shoulders of giants. And I'll note here what mysticism, the reason why mysticism doesn't allow that is because mysticism...
in the poll, 67% say no, it's just 3 votes. Also, it's just like you can't be solely rational. In order to keep this human thing going and society, you have to have this built on some type of irrationality and some relationship with the unknown, which tends to be where rationality and irrationality meet. But too much of that on one or the other end, I think, can be kind of paralyzing.
Mysticism says that the subjective experiences you have, whether it's from corrupted mental states like drugs or spinning or just your own intuition, take precedence over subjective rationality that can be tested in sort of the court of the real world, right?
Yeah.
Which means you can't stand on giant shoulders anymore.
Klaus says, I'm not sure if the explanation economy really works. At least from 1850 on, industrialization in the UK was further ahead than in Germany. And after World War I, the economy in Germany was completely destroyed. And then would the implication from that be that, Germany was able, I think, to bounce back pretty quick, relatively speaking. I actually would argue it may be the hope for a better future. Yeah, I mean, I could see that being the case. So if you're saying like when it's really bad, and then there's a hope for a better future, it could lead to something like that. I don't know. I mean, I think if people can see some type of opportunity, it might give them hope or something. That's an interesting thing to think about. Definitely, if you have that hope or some sort of collective looking up, so to speak, it could lead to something better. But I think that coincides with, some type of economic prosperity, at least on the way. But then again, it's like, how much of this is human ingenuity? How much of this is making new things that we didn't have before? It's a tough one. It's hard to have a kind of theory of everything about this, but let's see what they say.
Because now you're just speculating on somebody else's speculation, which never had anybody really confirm its authenticity except for whoever was a popular idea person at the time. Scientific and technological progress are driven by exceptional individuals, but reason makes it possible to reliably build on the past or to debunk them when they're wrong, which allows the collective brain to improve over time rather than running in circles. With that in mind, the English corpus shows a steady rise in reason-related words, a corresponding fall in intuition-related words from 1850 to 1975. And here he shows a chart where you can see principal component words, sentiment, intention-related words, and rationality-related words in 4 major language groups here. You've got English, all, you've got Spanish.
Principal component, sentiment, intuition, related words, rationality related words.
You've got English fiction, and you've got English Excel fiction. I don't know what that stands for, but you can see this is a very strong trend where you have a graph that's just going down, 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 down.
Shout out Armenian Fenian. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Once people were beginning to understand the impact of pollution in the 70s, that's number one. Number two, fear of nuclear war was on the rise during the 80s. You know, those are 2 good points, I think, that kind of explain, you know, some of these issues. So, you know, that would have limited progress because people started pulling back at that point. Or, you know, you had this kind of thing going on. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's just women or this and that, but I think we kind of collectively hit a point that created all these issues. You know, I've oftentimes wondered if the reason the population exploded it is also heavily influenced by the fact that certain countries got nuclear weapons. Because nuclear weapons were invented, I think it limited the amount of war than we otherwise would have had naturally. And this led to a population explosion in a way too. So now obviously, you know, there's technology, there's agricultural increases and progress and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like we have war today, but I think we would have had even more war if we didn't have those deterrents. So then that, you know, I think that affects certain things too.
Hits the 1950s, shoot right up to right now, we are at a lower use of many of these words. Like, let's say if you're looking at like how high intuition related words are used today, they are finally today used more or around as much as they were in the 1850s.
Oh dear.
It's an interesting methodology of trying to understand this stuff.
In English, and in Spanish, they're used more. In English fiction, they're used more.
Yikes.
Right? That is horrifying. If you look at sentiment, like sentimentality related words, you have it go down, 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 down till you know, the cold rationalist Victorians now shooting right up to like double the rate they were ever used in the 1850s. So this is definitely a real thing that he's noted here. And he said you can see the same trend in Congress. He shows here EMI ratings for Democrats and Republicans. Yeah. And you can see they were holding steady, or no, sorry, it was going up from 1880 to around the 1970s, and then it begins to crash. And now it's at way lower rates than it was in 1880s. So the big political sex difference progress. And this was really interesting because I didn't know this. And we're going to go into another piece here before I get into this, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, he's explaining a lot there pretty quick. Nukes are definitely a massive deterrent for war, looking to second strike capability and mutually assured destruction. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. And then, you know, that's how this whole Cold War things with at least the Soviets and the US and then China. So instead what you have is you have most of the war kind of concentrated in these non-nuclear spaces, and they end up just serving as proxies, I think, for a lot of these bigger powers. And for the most part, these bigger powers won't directly challenge themselves. So I think that reached a point to where, okay, you had a lot of people, a population explosion, and then it just further went on, and then now you're getting this kind of thing where people aren't reproducing, you know. So it's like you had nuclear war, you had nukes, and then you also had birth control around the same time, which is another thing. And then general, I guess, depression and listlessness. I don't know. It could, you know, different issues. Or I don't know, make people, I guess, not want to reproduce or can't. A lot of it could be economic too. Armenian Fenian says, great complimentary point about nukes as a deterrent to actual war. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Fenian. Dart Sidonius, nukes equals mad. Yeah, mutually assured destruction. Keeps direct wars low. That's why you see the use of proxies more now. Yeah, exactly. He literally just said exactly what I had in my mind. There is a thing called TV here too. Different amplifiers on those trends. the rate of change in the last 60 years is in an epoch of its own. Yeah, I mean, there's that, you know, there's our food is not the same. I mean, you know, you have these crazy kind of fertilizers. You got high fructose corn syrup made in the mid 70s. Butter, you know, milk ain't the same. It's so there's so many reasons. And then there's the microplastics. It's just like, you know, women, you know, it's a lot of things. There's a lot of different factors going on. So a silly example would be to look into the height of the USA presidents pre and post TV. That's an interesting thing, let alone the education and its shift from hard science to soft science oriented. If you don't mind sharing, Casper, how did the height change from pre and post TV? Let alone, I mean, maybe if people weren't seeing them on TV, then they could only really hear their views or their platforms. But then once TV came on, then suddenly they're seeing someone standing next to other people, and there's this kind of like ooga booga brain that's like, me want biggest, tallest man for leader or something. I don't know, you know, let alone the education and its shift from hard science to soft science orientated. Yeah, so those are all great points there. Don't quote me. Once TV came on, they all got taller. Okay, well, it seemed like kind of intuitively how it would be. I'll have to look that up to confirm.
I sort of feel this
argument flushed.
How tall is Trump again? I think he's over 6 feet. He's probably like 6'2" or 6'4". What about Obama? It's a good point.
Doubt. I mean,
society has sort of felt like scientifically we've been declining since the 1970s.
Well, and that,
I mean, it's not even just scientifically, it's like media too. One of my buddies that I grew up with, one of my friends from the before time, his older brother works for Disney, frankly. And, you know, I had dinner with him for one of the other brothers' birthdays. Like a month or so back, a little bit more than that. And even he acknowledges this kind of decline in media. And even everybody over there is like, the way he described it is like, when we see it, like everybody's going to know and be able to understand it and run with it. I'm probably doing a bad job of describing what he said, but it's not just the science that stopped progressing. It's the media, maybe even like the music in some ways. A lot of things did, heck, kind of just fell apart. It's like that spirit or something was just lost, that whatever it was that a culture needs to be able to do that. I almost see it like a kind of springboard. It's like it winds up and then it goes out, and then you can only do so much of that before it goes the other way.
Sentiment and optics and emotion have taken the place of reason and facts and science. So I don't disagree with this. I want to see.
I don't know. Like, what if? I don't know if like making reason the pinnacle of everything is exactly the truth here, because it's like, I think we're the most rational and reasonable we've ever been. And in fact, we're hyper rational in some ways. The scientific method kind of took over. People base their morality off of what science says in this weird way, even if that sounds like it shouldn't even be a thing. But people became so reasonable that they threw out everything, you know, like suddenly religion didn't make sense. Because, oh, well, you know, snakes can't talk. You know what I mean? A guy can't die, or, you know, whatever it was, and resurrect. And, you know, like any belief that seemed irrational at face value, which held up our, you know, maybe traditional values in some ways, suddenly became eroded because of hyper rationality. So reason in a way can eat itself, and people can be trapped in their own rationality by being too rational to the point where you can't confront the unknown because you're so worried about being rational. You know what I mean? In a way. So I think it's a delicate balance between right and left brain here. On the surface, it sounds like, well, reason and logic, but you got to have both walking hand in hand with each other to like make this make sense, I think. Stack says, I feel like media and arts aren't really made anymore by artists with a story to tell, so much as a corporate focus group. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think they're just trying to figure out how can we make this thing that can sell in the most amount of markets We want this to sell in China. We want this to sell in other places too. We want to be able to quickly edit this easily to be able to sell it in these other markets. Maybe we can get it to the Middle East somehow. And you know, back then you had all these niche things, and then you know, I would say people were more isolated in a way to be able to come up with truly unique things versus being so influenced by the hive mind. And it's like, that's something I wish I could do. You know what I mean? Like unplugging and then just writing something and creating your own unique story or whatever idea instead of seeing everybody else's stuff, you know, constantly. That's like a real talent if you can do that nowadays. Dart Sidoni says music and movies turned into corporate slop, not just for the pushing of girl boss stuff in movies case, but a lot of it feels soulless. And why did that happen, Dart Sidonius? It's because of reason and rationality. It's because it makes immediate rational sense to go the corporate slop route. It's like, let's do the focus groups. Let's get the data. Let's analyze the data. Let's use reason. Reason is telling us to do this. Reason is saying this. So let's make it this way. It's more rational to try to make more of a profit out of this. So in some ways, it's not being hyper rational in a way kind of takes away the individuality and the kind of charm and the beauty of things in a way. And you end up with this kind of soulless, rational, robotic generated garbage, you know? So I don't know. I just think there's an argument to be made both
A more
sides.
stronger argument for a connection between feminine influence.
Well, we haven't
in this,
gotten to that
or-
yet, but I can argue for an alternate theory of what might be causing this.
Yeah.
It could be the establishment of the institutional academic bureaucracy, because that didn't really happen
The establishment of the institutional academic bureaucracy.
until the 1970s. And a lot of people don't realize when they're like, trust
So
the
it's kind of like almost the corporate slop version of education. Maybe is what he's kind of getting at. If you try to make a movie for everybody, it's targeted at nobody. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. You know, you see the same thing with video games and this kind of stuff. It's just like they're just trying to get as many audiences as they can. Some cultures still have that portion to their culture. Look at anime. It is a product of the cycle, not its cause. Yeah, I think that's why so many people kind of became enamored with anime, because it's like you were getting these unique stories and it was just easy to go to like a different world or something. And there just wasn't this like injected crap in it. Like, listen, I get the inclusion or whatever, but when it felt like artificial and then it takes you out of the story, or it feels like like you're trying to copy and paste something else over something else, then like that got kind of annoying. Animes were just something from this almost kind of homogenous place, I guess you can say, and you could just focus on the story for a bit, and it was just different and unique. Much like TikTok is not real, but it is a real reflection of the society, much like art itself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And I think of TikTok, I just think of short form content. It's like just memes and memes and memes and little things you can relate to. But a longer form thing, you know, has trouble manifesting. Holly Weird is just that, weird. Yes, it is.
science. The system we use to determine what science is true and what isn't, like a peer-reviewed with like a score attached to it based on how many people have cited you, this system didn't really develop until the 1970s.
Well, it's interesting because on the one hand, earlier they were talking about the kind of end of Islamic progress, and I know they mentioned stuff that was more mystical. But at the same time, they were mentioning needing to be able to compare science to other science, and almost like there needed to be some centralized authority to be able to base this off of. So you would kind of think maybe a centralized, institutionalized academia would lead to this, but it seems like it's not. And now the diversity in thought is what makes, you know, is more useful.
Before that, science was something entirely different. And so when people say,
yeah, it's like you have all these different little petri dishes all over the country, and they're not so distracted by everybody else's progress. So they're able to just really develop their own style and something that takes them into a unique place. It's kind of like that game Tekken. And they have the Tekken tournaments, and all these like high-end gamers from all over the world compete. Korea, Japan, the United States, other places. And some of the craziest gamers are like the best, you know. And then like weirdly, like Pakistan is pretty isolated. But in Pakistan, in some of the cities, you had these guys that were just playing Tekken in their own little petri dish of a arcade place somewhere in some city in Pakistan. And they could only play with each other in the country because, I don't know, getting the visa out of there was hard, or the internet, whatever it was. So you had guys for years that were isolated from the other Tekken players. And then one day, one of these Pakistani guys suddenly managed to go play in a Tekken tournament and beat all the other guys. And he just won his like 7th championship in a row, literally. And it was because you had guys in their own petri dish that were doing something that was so different and unique. When he played against the other guy's style, it just, here, look, 2 days ago, he this was a story from a couple years ago, but he just did it again 2 years ago. Let me go ahead and allow these ads there. Okay. No more about Arslan Ash's achievement. So he just captured yet another title at the Evo Series France 2025 Tekken 8 World Championship. This is his 7th Evo title, making him the most decorated Tekken player in Evo history. And up until recently, he was not even able to play with the other guys. So ostensibly, what they're kind of saying is reason sharpens reason. And if you get all the reasons together, it's going to help you get the most optimal outcome. But that really wasn't the case. And all the other players who had access to compete against each other, they got stuck at one level. And then these guys who managed to do their own thing and develop their own style and play in a completely different way went there. And now this guy has beat the best guys, Korea, Japan, 7 freaking times at this point. It's almost like, what's that UFC guy? Khabib. Khabib was the same thing. All these Dagestani fighters that you never heard of that were just in the mountains of Dagestan. One day just show up to the UFC, and the best fighters in the UFC, reason against reason, are sharpening their blades with each other. Yet somehow these people who's never met them or were doing their own thing over there managed to come in and wipe the floor with them. So it's not always that like reason needs to, you know, everybody needs to be together, having this big wide field of competition. You know, it might be that if people just have the same starting reactants, but they're able to have enough diversity of thought and understanding, then that's, if you can harness that in some way, then you can make more groundbreaking achievement.
Trust the science. They don't understand. They're saying trust an entirely new system that doesn't seem to work very well and that hasn't really been tested.
StarCraft 2 in Korea, mainly, man, StarCraft. Mainly people from Pakistan are in the top Tekken tournaments. Korea's are like second now. Yeah, and it's something that you would have never expected. Like, that's kind of unheard of, you know? You got Koreans and Japanese people, I think, flying to Pakistan to go train with these guys. It's kind of the same thing with like Khabib's camp. Like, you got people from the US that fly over there now because they want to train with Khabib's camp and learn, like, what is it that these guys are, what are they doing to be so good?
But that in the way that we're seeing it tested in the court of public opinion is not doing well. If you look at the rate of scientific progress, to the rate of funding going into scientific progress, you see it's basically flatlined since the 1970s when you account for the amount of funding.
It seems so counterintuitive that a rise of academia would see a drop in facts and a rise in sentimentality, though. That's so odd.
Yeah, I guess it creates like a kind of rigidity with whatever the, you know, academic orthodoxy happens to be.
All right. So anyway, he says here, I've been thinking about this progress in this.
You know, it kind of makes me wonder something. If everybody adopted the same kind of spirituality, would spirituality cease to exist? You know, if everybody adopts the same sort of academic orthodoxy, is that the end of academia in its fullest sense? If everybody adopts the same spiritual beliefs, is that the end of spirituality?
Sense of progress studies lately. As I'm wrapping up the fellowship and leading into the conference, a common lament is that the progress community is very masculine.
drop an original thought. If you spend your time reading other minds' works, you don't develop your own. This is something that some schools teach. I mean, it's true. Here's the thing. Like, you want to be, you know, like, you have to understand what is good. You know, it's good to read great works of literature, to understand this is a certain level of greatness. But you also have to understand how to be able to be creative on your own and be not reactive. The human brain, like, it's like you can't just be 100% alpha. You got to be a little bit beta if you actually want to learn. You know, you have to be able to be receptive to information, but then you also have to be active enough to be able to be creative enough to use that to then create something that's new based off of your experiences that also reaches some level and maybe surpasses it. You have to be able to be trained by some master, you know, as an apprentice to make chairs or something, to make tables, which not to be confused with women. But you have to be receptive enough to learn that. Then once you've learned that and you've taken enough inputs in, you can then, you know, that goes through, you know, into some creative process. And then the way you start making tables and chairs might be something that's revolutionary or completely different or in your new style. So you definitely, I think, have to have a healthy amount of both. You have to be able to take in information and take in inspiration and take in, you know, that some kind of starting reactance. But if you're just consuming, then that's not good for you. So you also have to be able to produce. Like, you know, even when it comes to the internet, like one of the things I tell myself is just like, if I'm going to be consuming so much internet content, then it would be healthy for me to make my own content, to kind of at least put that back out there or do something that's productive to counteract that in some way. So that's an interesting thought there, Casper. I like that. Stack says, there is a bit of a circle jerk in academic conservatism regurgitating and gatekeeping ideas in the universities. Things like H-index and other markers of academic success can be gamified. I think you're right there. I mean, and you know, people who want to be a PhD or be able to have some kind of authority or access to maybe laboratories or access to funding and have a reputation, they might feel like they're pressured into staying pretty close to the academic orthodoxy of their field, whatever that happens to be. And they're kind of maybe limited, maybe not so much explicitly, but because they might get ostracized in some way or something. They might lose access to the funding. I don't know. I could just be kind of making that up a little bit, but there might be some aspect of that phenomena. Something like truth and reality will inevitably multivariate and based in multiple disciplines. Something that the universities are sorely lacking in their echo chambers and ivory towers. Yeah, and I can see how that would be bad and limiting for progress. If, you know, academia is like that, which it seems that it is more recently. Klaus says you have to use the work of other minds to build a foundation of knowledge. Yeah, you know, when I was younger, and I especially wanted to be a writer, it's still something, not like a writer, but I would love to write something that's good. Maybe someday if I can ever sit still long enough. But one thing I noticed is I would want to read great works of literature, and I would want to even watch movies or TV shows. And when I really found something that was good, what I found was that they were directly influenced by people who had come before them from one way or another, or there'd be an homage to this prior work that was something that was inspirational, among other things, for this new work, you know, that we were seeing. And, you know, a lot of great works, I think, maybe have some level of inspiration from other things in some ways. Maybe not all, but it was more than I expected. Klaus says, from that foundation, you can build your own thoughts. Yes. Everything I know I've learned from video games and mistakes. Mostly mistakes. I'm really good at mistakes. Well, don't discount yourself. I'm sure you're good at video games too. Yo, by the way, Orem, I just got this from eBay. I've never played it, but I heard it's pretty good. And, you know, will I play it? I don't know. Will I actually sit down and play it? but it's called Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on PlayStation 3. So I bought it because it was kind of cheap on eBay, and it seemed like it had pretty good reviews. So maybe I'll be able to experience that.
Both in the sense that women are underrepresented among enthusiasts of markets and technology, and perhaps also in the sense that there may be something inherently quote unquote masculine in the gung-ho, relentless, aggressive vibe of progress as a concept in itself. And this was by Sarah Constantine who said this. So a woman said this. A woman.
I played Skyrim. Okay, I remember you mentioning that. Oblivion original is better than the remake, surprisingly. Okay, that's good to know. I think what I got's the original. Didn't even know about Elder Scrolls until Skyrim. Yeah, I don't know. Like, these are things that I've heard about in the background, but, you know, I know people are huge fans of them. I don't even know if I'll end up liking it, but I thought I'd at least give it a shot.
Said that progress is masculine. But what I found really compelling, and I didn't know this, is despite the widening gap in political identification, which we all know about, sex differences on specific political issues are typically small. But there is, and I'm going to put a graph on screen here because I didn't know this. And what this graph shows is just all of the various, you know, abolition private health insurance against limited government magazines, you know, like just.
Okay, men, women, against banning all guns. Men have a little bit higher there from 65 years and older. Women a little less. But then that gap starts to close as you get a little younger. But then when you look at 18 to 29, it's a little bit bigger. I don't know. That's kind of interesting thing to look at. Provide 12-week maternity leave. Most women are for that. Men, not so much. Maybe they're not against it. Maybe they're just not interested as much. I don't know. Okay. That's more of a woman issue. Abolish private health insurance. Cut taxes for families making less than $100,000 per year. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting graph.
Tons and tons and tons of different positions here. And what you'll notice is that the male and female position is really not that far apart on most issues.
Well, that's good. Oblivion has to be played on PC though because of the mods. Just keep gaming. I kept hearing about the mods, but to be honest, bro, like I think if I can play just the base game, like that in itself would probably be like, I mean, I'd be like, wow, I actually beat the game, you know? Just get a PoE2 and call it a day. Gosh, I'm not sure what that is.
But then he notes here, was one enormous area where that is true. Support for technological progress, economic dynamism, and human abundance. This is the one area where women actually have a massive difference in terms of their preferences.
Why? What?
Economic dynamism, one enormous area. But
Path
then
of
he
Exile
notes
too.
here, was one enormous area where that is true. Support for technological progress, economic dynamism, and human abundance. This is the one area where women actually have a massive difference in terms of their preferences.
Why? Why?
Well, you actually see that. Okay, think about it this way. If you go around and you ask people.
Thanks for that suggestion, Inger Casper. I just put it in my phone Google there. That's an interesting thing that they're saying, that women seem to have more of a gap with men on these things.
Should nuclear reactors be shut down? Like, are nuclear reactors a danger? Women are going to be hugely disproportionately more likely to say they should be shut down.
I mean, that sounds like it could be influenced from like climate, environmental kind of things. Someone mentioned that earlier. I think that comparing people with kids to people without kids would be more interesting comparison. It's an interesting point too. Diablo's spiritual successor, arguably best ARPG. Okay, I'll have to look into that, man. Thank you for that suggestion there. Might be better for me to get it on PC.
You actually see this in the studies. We'll get to this in a bit. Or you ask about GMO foods. Women are wildly more likely to say GMO foods should be shut down. I mean, I would bet AI technology and
I could see that too. I don't know. The GMO foods, I ain't gonna argue with them about. Okay, maybe the ladies have the right idea there.
is why the conservatives have weirdly become the pro-AI party and the progressives the anti-AI party, because the progressives are, and I note to our followers here, what this means is if you're the type of conservative who goes out there and is like, hey, we need to like shut down research, we need to not, you know, continue with all this scientific development, you fundamentally have a feminized mind. You're thinking like a woman. The conservative who comes out there and is like, well, we just need to stop all of this moving forwards. We need to go back to the way things were. You are thinking like a woman.
There we go. There we go.
You know, that's an interesting, I mean, I can kind of get where he's going. At the same time, though, like, I don't know. I understand where he's coming from on that. Caesar Quintana, what's up, Shah? Hey, shout out, Caesar, man. Good to see you, bro. I hope you're doing well, man. It's always a blessing to have you in here. Yeah, I don't know. In some respects, I do think, you know, you can't be completely gung-ho. So some pullback is good. The question is, when is it limiting progress and, you know, or when is it just going off the rails to create something, you know, that can be like a Frankenstein.
Yeah. But I actually now I'm going to skip and go to the piece that he linked to where this graph came from that showed that women and men actually aren't that different in their political beliefs, because I thought it had some interesting ideas in it.
Okay.
So it says, and I'm going to put an image on screen here, if the Longhouse values feelings of warmth and safety above all else, the Longhouse is like this female cabal sort of idea. It's the male version of the patriarchy that some men come up with and don't want to admit that they're just blaming everything on the matriarchy. Reveling into learned helplessness, which the Longhouse does do, I would argue, like the whiter female vibe. The goon cave lacks decorum, is unnecessarily cruel, and generally repulses most respectable people. And he has an image representing the two. And I'm like, yeah, that checks out for me. For example, your symbol of progress in the second half of the 20th century was space exploration. For as far back as there is data, men have been much more likely to support increasing government funding for space exploration, usually around twice as much. I'm going to put a graph on screen here which shows
the percentage of individuals who answer too little to the question, is the government spending too much about right or too little on space exploration? So men are more about it.
And there's an increasing divide, with women now more and more against space exploration.
Well, then women can't complain about not being astronauts at the same level.
You know, when I had my discussion with Paul Elam about masculinity, and we just enjoyed having a discussion about what is masculinity. And one of the things I kind of settled on was this idea of directness versus indirectness, and men sort of being more willing to directly confront things, especially things of uncertainty, with women less so. Women maybe doing that in ways that are more indirect. So I think some of that could apply to this.
You gotta pitch in.
There's women astronauts. There's those women who paid men to make them astronauts. They can be adored. Perhaps the single biggest political issue taken up by those under the banner of progress studies is housing. Political barriers to local construction, NIMBYism, especially in highly desirable metropolitan areas, are blamed for low supply and thus extremely high housing prices, which are in turn blamed for slow growth, climate change, poor health, financial instability, economic instability, and falling fertility. In Britain, which was one of the worst housing crises in the developed world, men support building more houses in their local area by 17 points, while women oppose it by 3 points.
That's a divide. Wow. Okay.
So what are your thoughts? In Britain, which was one of the worst housing crises in the developed world, men support building more houses in their local area by 17 points, while women oppose it by 3 points.
That's really interesting that, like, women wouldn't really be for as like building new housing. Like, wouldn't you want that? It would create jobs. It would hopefully bring maybe the cost of housing down.
That's a divide. Wow. Okay.
So what are your thoughts so far before we go further here?
I don't understand women. This is.
If I say non-autistic women, know your limits.
See how the men look at her with utter contempt. Women, know your limits.
We need to.
Jack. Hey, welcome in, Jack. Great to see you here. I wonder if that's because there's less interest in making families. I mean, that could be part of it, but it's like, if they didn't want to make families, you think they'd still want cheaper housing so they can, you know, get their house or whatever for themselves so they can, live their best life in their house. I don't know. It's really weird. That's kind of it's just a strange phenomena. There is a conversation here that explains that, but it's super black pill and probably TOS. Got it. Yeah, I mean, if it can tactfully be shared, but if not, man, probably better in the Discord and still tactfully, please.
The greater replacement, the autists need to replace everyone else.
Some say it's in-group competition. If you know, you know. I guess I could see that, man. Just like voting against other people to try to shut them out. I don't know. I can see that. Women can be very competitive like that. And even tear each other down in some ways. Maybe it has something to do with that.
We're working on it, man.
Watch this. You need to get out there and get pregnant and make it your new special interest, okay? Because I don't want my kids out there dating some normie woman, all right? That's going to be very dangerous. They're going to have to deal with emotions and sentimentality and anti-progress.
It's very difficult.
We need to wash this out.
But if men are just good leaders, but if the men just need to lead better.
Out of the gene pool, whatever is leading women to feel this way.
And if your masculine frame and then the submission and then the.
So to continue here, nuclear power, which combines significant greenhouse gas emissions, which is great, very good at removing air pollution, with the reliability of fossil fuels, also true, it's very reliable, is another technology the progress movement strongly backs as a supplement to solar. There is a 30-point sex gap in the support of increasing nuclear power generation in the US. And being male is one of the strongest predictors of support of nuclear in Denmark. And
I mean, I can't help but not feel, I can't help but still have this nagging thought of this is how men and women perceive the environmental or the climate change stuff or whatever. They're like, oh my God, the ozone layer. No, we don't want more nuclear. So probably more women are like, no. And more men are just like, this is probably better energy consumption, economy wise, or whatever. So that could be the difference. It's on par with why some girls got their head shaved after World War II ended. Same tangent, different fruit. Interesting. In extreme stress, it will manifest. Not all men, not all women. Copy that.
I'm putting a graph on screen here that shows this. As you would expect from their technophilia, Progress Studies is broadly in favor of transgenic crops, GMOs, such as golden rice or Roundup-resistant corn.
I remember golden rice because UC Davis was working on that. Now I'll be honest, when it comes to the food, I mean, listen, people want to research and do whatever, but me personally, I just try to stick with organic stuff. But a part of me can't admit that, yes, the entire history of humanity is the history of manipulating foods. You know what I mean? But it's just there's a lot of pain that comes with that. Switching from eating meat to putting grain was tough on a lot of people. And you can see this in the skeletal archaeological record. So, but at the same time, it's I get it. And they're making golden rice. I remember this from over a decade ago when I was in class back in my university because they were working on it then. They were selling the golden rice in a way to help, different populations around the world to be able to get more nutrients. But it's just I don't know. I didn't buy it. I think they were infusing vitamin A in the rice. So the rice had this kind of yellow color, if I remember correctly. But I think we should just be giving them brown rice. I don't know. That was the sell of it, but it was really all this cutting edge research and stuff. Tubestormer, shout out Tubestormer, says, Shah, what is the end game? Sharia in the West or 2, artificial wombs and gene editing? Man, it's probably going to be the artificial wombs and the gene editing. I don't think you'd get Sharia in the West. I think the system is kind of designed to have a separation of, religion from the state. But artificial wombs and gene editing, maybe that's possible. I guess it just depends on what the economy looks like. Unless they can really make that technology cheap, then, I don't know if everyone would be able to participate in that. But it usually starts off with the rich being able to do it. Depending on where we're going, if the family kind of goes the way of the dodo bird and we're all just kind of like units that live off the state, and the state for the most part provides whatever, so you get to have your little individual life while also ironically being part of the blob, then maybe it'll be like a Brave New World scenario. So yeah, we'll see how that happens. That's a good question, Tube Stormer. I don't know. It's just something to think about. Orem says yes, vitamin A, it saved thousands of kids from going blind. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the vitamin A and all that. You know, I do wonder though, is it really that expensive to get vitamin A through normal traditional food sources? Did they need the golden rice? I don't know. I tend to be just very distrustful. It's just like, oh my gosh, like there's all these unforeseen circumstances. Even the gene editing that you're talking about, Tube Stormer. And Orem, I do respect it. Like, I do believe it probably did some good, I'm sure. But like the gene editing is also another thing. Like, you know, back then when I was taking college biology a long time ago, the science is probably completely, you know, who knows, maybe it's so different now. But there used to be this thing called junk DNA. And it was like a lot of your DNA wasn't even used to really code for any kind of proteins that you needed in your body now. But so when it came to gene editing and you're moving things around, the junk DNA also serves as a kind of spacer or something that they need. And it can just ruin the way, you know, cell replication or whatever happens. So it's like when you do gene editing too, like there's all these side effects and unforeseen circumstances. But again, like anything humanity I feel like has ever done that requires, that made us more human. It's like, to me, the history of humanity is the history of the weakening of the body from its original natural state. You know what I mean? It's like maybe we used to have fur on us for the most part to stay warm, but now we don't. You know, if you take a human and put them naked out in like, you know, the Sierras over here or something, it will be very hard to survive. You know, we're kind of made to work in a group. And at this point, every technology we develop further weakens us. You know, Plato said the act of writing undermined our ability to remember. Everything we do makes our body a little weaker, but it could also make us more beautiful in some strange way, also extremely distorted and disfigured. And I believe that every change that furthers our body away from nature gives us more consciousness. So we're like a vessel, and then the further away you get from the natural rhythm of things, the more consciousness the body can hold. And then it works as an antenna to further bring out new phenomena into the manifest world. But it all depends on this system that can keep that person safe from literally the forces of nature, from whatever those original forces are. And that takes technology and a system of cooperation and working together. And that's why it's important to keep the weaklings alive. Without the weaklings, you would not have the new technology. The people out there that are making new innovative tech are not the meatheads. They are not the tough guys. If Nikola Tesla took, you know, Andrew Tate's advice to, you know, improve and go live on a yacht with a bunch of women or something, we would not have, you know, I can't remember what AC currents or whatever, you know, his electrical inventions. Albert Einstein, it's not these strong alpha types that are sitting here coming up with these ideas. Literally the weaker people who sit on the shoulders of the stronger one, and then they act as an antenna to bring in these new phenomena as the stresses hit. So society is actually put forth, I think, by the most weakest of us. And there's an argument to be made for that. And actually not by the strongest serve a purpose, but they're not actually the ones pushing forward on the progress in this strange way. Orem says the state will collapse and people without kids will eventually starve. That's my prediction. You know, Orem, it may be a blessing if milk goes to $8 a gallon. Like maybe nothing will bring back family values faster than milk going to $8 a gallon. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a blessing in disguise there. But yes, not without a lot of upheaval and turmoil. Unless we really come up with some kind of tech that just keeps this whole train going, it's going to be, you know, it could be a rough ride down. Whether it is or not, lots of kids went blind. Yes. Well, yeah, I don't know. I can see what you're saying. Part of me wonders how much of that is them selling it too much, though. You know, I mean, there's probably quite a few people willing to take out a mortgage on a robot GF or BF if they can do tasks around the house. That's where Tesla's kind of going. I mean, they're trying to make that robot. Yeah, be it random or human intervention, messing with genes will never be a 100% predictable outcome. Yeah, it can't be. It just takes a lot of pain to get there. You know, so that's the tough part about all this. I'll probably go for another like 20 minutes or so. We got 40 minutes before 5 hours.
Contribute to rapid 20th century
Okay, this is the GMO.
progress in agriculture. GMOs don't get as much attention as they used to, but women are 16 points more likely to believe that they are worse for health than men. And I have another graph on screen here showing this.
I would lean towards that on the women's side.
What do you think?
I wonder, like, maybe it's not that these are inherent female views or intuitions, but rather that a pervasive culture that has permeated female spaces argues these things. And if, for example, we just replaced, like if we bait and switched the cultures out.
Shout out to everybody who hit the like button. We got 42 likes. I think 42 likes could possibly be a stream record. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate everybody who's come in and done that.
They would just...
That was my hypothesis, but what he's going to go into later in this piece is that the sentiment against technology is one of the few gender gap things that hasn't changed in men and women over time.
Oh, it's just kind of universal.
For example, women used to be like more anti-abortion than men. They used to be more religious than men. They used to be more conservative in a lot of areas.
You know, that would make sense thinking about I can't remember which graph it is. It might be like IQ or whatever, but it's like you have like two bell curve graphs, and the women are kind of more clustered towards the center, while the men have these kind of extremes where it's like it's either really bad or it's really good. So, you know, I can see kind of the voting patterns reflecting that a bit.
In men, but they were always anti-progress. And so that,
you know, who wrote Frankenstein but a woman?
Yeah.
That's
so that is
that's
the men
interesting.
who are anti-progress
Mary
today, who are
Shelley?
not progressives, but I mean
are
like
just being
anti-technological,
feminine. Yes.
human flourishing, right?
The technophobic men are just moving into the longhouse.
Whatever you are to a woman, they are to a man.
Yeah.
In their brain and made them like an 1800s woman. You know, they're more conservative and more against abortion, but also terrified of technology. Now, of course, they wouldn't say I'm terrified of technology. They'd just be like, well, technology, GMOs, editing human genomes, etc. That's all dangerous and scary and new. And it's like, well, be a man, like barrel through. Like that's what we always do, right? You know, you get the Victorian.
Yeah,
like,
man, use tool fix thing. Hello.
Well, man used tool fix thing, but before the tool, there was a way to do it that was fine. Then somebody created a tool, and it made something slightly easier to do and gave them an edge in that thing. But while also using the tool and getting the edge to do the thing better, you have become worse at doing it the way it used to be done, so you get slightly weaker. Man used fist to beat up others. Man, you know, invent club to hit other man. Now that man with the club is a little bit weaker than the guy who used to do it the old-fashioned way. And then, you know, then it moves on from the club to the sword and then to the rifle. And, you know, then suddenly it's like the way we do war, it's not about who's physically the strongest, but it's about these other attributes.
I have cancer, baby have cancer, fix gene.
Fix cancer.
Baby have cancer because baby eat garbage grain and refined sugars. But when baby lived in nature and baby ate natural foods and everybody hunted, you know, animals and didn't eat a bunch of absconded with crap, cancer rate not there. Cancer become problem after eat garbage and cheap excuse for food.
Yes.
So
Maybe
it's
not smart.
Use tool fix thing.
Maybe frail. Anyway, progress studies is pro-natal.
You can even say that, like, you know, the way I've seen it, you know, written in some places, I think it's just a guess more than anything, but it's like, technically human women give birth to the baby 3 months earlier than they should. Where other animals give birth to a baby, and it's like, you know, at least mammals, I would say, are a little bit more like ready to like get on it. You know what I mean? Like an elephant or something. Maybe not all animals though, but I've heard that said about humans specifically. And part of that is because of humans walking upright. So it affected, you know, that cycle. I don't know how true that is, but
I love he throws that in there. You know, get the pronatalist thing
All
going out
right.
there.
Thank you, Arctotherium.
On the grounds that the purpose of progress is to benefit people, there need to be people to benefit, and that more people means more agglomeration effects, more economies of scale, longer learning curves, more opportunities.
basically that the human woman has to pass the child first because humans have this proportionally larger brain size. So if you're going to wait for the full gestation like it should have been, then it won't be able to go out, basically. So that's like a human phenomena or something. But, you know, a theory.
Opportunities
or
for
a guess.
specialization, more competition, and more potential innovators. Once again, women are more likely to believe too many children are being born than men, 26 to 19 in terms of points difference, and are less.
What did he say?
More competition and more potential innovators. Once again, women are more likely to believe too many children are being born than men, 26 to 19 in terms of points difference, and are less likely to believe not enough children are being born, 14 to 30.
Huh.
So women are more likely to think that too many kids are being born.
So again, this is something that we see here, right? Like we listen to prenatal space. Women are just much more resistant to wanting to save humanity. They sort of want like this to be the final generation, society to ground to a halt. And of course, I'm putting a graph on screen here so you can see this. And this is where he notes, unlike sex differences on issues like abortion or religious attendance, these gaps go back as far as can be measured. Relevant sex differences in personality. This is a different piece here. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned. Technological and scientific progress is intrinsically dangerous, frightening, and destabilizing. It also has a potential cornucopia of riches, should the risk or reward dominate. The greater reproductive variance of men means that men are more likely to accept a high-risk, high-reward course of action. One way of looking at this, the most reproductively successful man of the second millennium was Genghis Khan. The most reproductively successful woman was his mother. Naively, we would
That's an interesting thing.
expect men to be more willing to risk failure for an uncertain future payoff, and this is exactly what we see. So basically he's saying women are risk averse and the female mind is risk averse, which is why they are progress in technology averse. Thoughts before I go further?
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's.
I think, I don't know, maybe a challenge would be to try to think if women are more risk averse, how is that a benefit to humanity in general? Because maybe in some way it is as a kind of balance. I don't know, you know. Women just don't want to have kids because it's a pain in the ass sometimes, literally. Thank you, Aram.
Yeah, I mean, millions of years of evolution based on the limits of your biology and the risks to which you were subject.
So per John Archer's 2019 meta-analysis of human psychological sex differences, some of the relevant personality differences for progress orientation.
All the environmental and population excuses are just that, excuses.
So this is a view of like wanting future to be better. Agreeableness 0.29, engineering interest 1.11.
There's a lot of good, I mean, might have to come back to this video. Risk aversion and technological skepticism, female cultural dominance in academia, the rise of women in politics, conservative versus progressive parties, immigration policies and economic contributions, the debate on prawn and government control, cultural shifts and feminization, nuclear energy, and national differences. I mean, I know I'm pushing time, so I'm just gonna call it now. But this actually looks like a really interesting video. I want to thank Dart Shaperia for sharing this. I might even come back to this. Maybe we can come back to this like second half of a stream another time. So I don't know. I think that's pretty interesting work right there. Let's just look at some of the comments. Suicidal empathy is the nail in the coffin of Western society. I get the feeling we failed a society scale shit test. The initial reaction to any criticism of women being hostility is fundamentally the entire problem in a nutshell. Okay. The older I get, the more obvious it has become to me that the more power women have in any institution, the more that institution either falls apart or becomes absolutely insane and tyrannical. They even become increasingly toxic to their own children as soon as those children start being able to verbally communicate. No offense to women, but as the years go by, I'm beginning to understand why ancient men didn't let you vote. I'll admit I'm divorced and jaded, but after dating numerous women over the past 10 years, I've concluded that they are all nuts. This is from Crybaby Cryonaut. Crybaby Chrononaut. This guy really struck gold to find such an open-minded, logical, and difficult to offend wife. Aristotle wrote a play about women taking over power. It ends in societal collapse. Just watch that one season of Survivor where the men and women were given their own islands. I remember that one. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I remember seeing parts of it. I'm reminded of a story from my time in hunter safety. One of the instructors was confronted by an angry blue hair who told him he was a monster because he hunted animals and ate them. Why can't you just go to the grocery store like everyone else? He asked her where she thought the meat came from. She didn't. I don't know 100% that this happened, but I have had similar conversations on the same topic, so I'm willing to believe him. I think this removal of necessary suffering from our experience has allowed the uber-toxic feminized mindset to flourish because most people can't think more than about 1 degree away from themselves. Meat comes from the grocery store. iPhones come from the Apple store. Power comes from the wall socket. When confronted with an unpleasant part of the sausage-making apparatus, they recoil and want it torn down. See, this is part of why traveling to a country that's, I guess you can say, a developing country or a third world country, I guess developing is the preferred term, helps you get out of this bubble. It's like when you go somewhere and you see that a place doesn't have running electricity or gas all the time, or that, they don't have AC the same way, or sometimes the electricity cuts out, so like the fridge isn't going to work, and you're not going to be able to take a hot shower when the gas cuts out. And then you really start to understand like how big of a deal it is to just have these basic things, like to be able to heat and cool your home, and to have gas, and to have a refrigerator, and to have, insulation in the walls. It's just like, I don't know. I think that's very important. That's an important experience that you can have. When confronted with hunting is murder, capitalism is slavery, nuclear power is literally killing us, the fact that their proposed solutions are worse and cause more suffering is irrelevant because the suffering is abstracted out another level or two. So they don't have to think about it. Yeah, the abstraction is the part that a lot of people end up living in because like you're just part of this very sophisticated system that the stuff like people used to see, like if you talk to your parents or grandparents, a lot of them probably saw food being grown out on their properties and that was just the thing that they did, or they had a garden. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's just so much more. They saw where the milk came from. They remember what fresh milk tasted like, or made butter or something. They were just a lot more connected to how all that happened. But then, we live in this kind of very abstracted situation or world. Oram says, I'm with that guy. Women are crazy. The drop in facts directly correlates with the rise in women in the universities. Women go with feelings, and feelings are not facts. College is losing its prestige because it is now dominated by women. Prestige will go where the ambitious and talented men go. Arthur Schopenhauer, man can be himself only so long as he is alone. And if he does not love solitude, he will not love freedom. For it is only when he is alone that he is free. I like that Coach is right here in the recommended, the free agent lifestyle. As a huge offense to women, but as the years go by, I understand why ancient men we saw that comment already. Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes, okay? Men are against migrant inflows, whereas women vote in support of migrant inflows. Western Europe will be lost to Islam because of women's support. To save Western civilization, I think a lot of this is boogeyman. And the reason I say that is because I think in a lot of modernized Middle Eastern countries, they're kind of dealing with the same thing. Lower birth rates and stuff like that. But anyways, to save Western civilization, the 19th Amendment must be repealed. My male dating strategy, not interested. Anyway, here's how to tell if your LED light is cheap. Black Pigeon Speaks made 2 or 3 videos about this more than 10 years ago, which got deleted by the YouTube overlords. Gosh, that's a username that intrigues me. Black Pigeon Speaks. I've come to the conclusion that it was a mistake to grant women the vote. Early civilizations seem to have figured that out, and we need to relearn the lesson. I was liberal all my life. I was shocked to find out that most things the manosphere says about them is true. I don't agree with you guys on a lot, but as the internet gives us larger and larger sample sizes, it's become obvious that women really don't say what they mean and tend to just mirror and test. That's literally all they do. Just to put it out there, I feel most do not fear technological progress. They fear how industry will implement it in the most invasive, intrusive, and customer unfriendly ways possible. That's the thing. I think when a new technology arises, whoever invents that has a massive edge in the market, like right up top. And you saw that even with the beginning of agriculture. And that's around where this bottleneck of, women mating, but not enough men, or only a small, proportion of men actually passing on their genes, where more women were. And a lot of that, I think, is at the advent of agriculture, from what I remember reading. I'd have to look at it again. And that's because there was this massive gap between who had the power and who didn't. And then it took a while for that to normalize. And, you can say we may encounter that kind of situation again with certain technologies, but we'll just see how we get there. Let's read one more comment. This is about, at 1050, you're talking about the fall of academia. One major facet is that academia became too impressed with itself. It leads with credentials, which have no bearing on how solid scientific evidence is on a topic. There are a lot of well-educated, stupid people out there shoving the letters after their name into everyone's faces. Okay, yeah, well, so, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get our old bold endeavor on, and we'll close with that. I appreciate everybody who watched and everybody who hit the like button. That makes me feel good to see a metric like that go up. 43 likes. Last week was pretty good. I think we had like 35 likes. Shout out to the folks who made it this far, and I appreciate everybody for hanging out. I had a good time. Tomorrow I'm going to my buddy's, his 40-year-old birthday dinner. So I'll be eating at an Italian restaurant. I'll also be doing some work early in the morning. That's something to look forward. Well, I'll be grateful to be able to get some of that done. And then we'll be here same time next week. I do tell myself I want to make, I really do want to make more videos. I don't want to give y'all a bunch of excuses, but I do want to make some standalones, which I say every week. I also want to stream maybe some retro TV. Maybe we can do an after show. I definitely want to do a second, big push on YouTube. I'm just trying to, get my work stuff settled and just get to a new normal. Probably be around the turn of the year for me. And then I'd like to just focus on YouTube and do another big push and see if we can go real hard at it, So that's my hope. Those are my dreams. I know I don't have many collabs, but there is some stuff that I know I can follow up on. And so maybe we'll get some more videos there. Atmosphere says bye. Man, shout out to you, Atmosphere. Without Atmosphere, I wouldn't have a stream. He really helped me out in the beginning, get this whole thing set up. Shout out to you, man. So, yeah, we'll be having some fun. I'm grateful tomorrow's Sunday and not Monday, even though I still got some stuff to do, but that's okay. I can't wait to drink a full glass of buttermilk after this. And then fall asleep. I also can't wait to play my Game Boy Micro which I've been really enjoying. It's nice to do some work and then take a 5-minute break and play my Game Boy Micro and all the amazing games that I have for my Game Boy Micro. And I just feel like I don't regret this purchase at all. And you know, it came all the way from Japan. But I feel like if I take care of this, it's actually a business investment because it's only going to go up in value. Mr. Pitt says, W stream, trance around the world outro. I wish I could do that atmosphere. It'd probably be a copyright deal. But you know, I like the organic community music that the folks have been making. Mr. Pitt made this song, so we're always making new ones. Man, I really enjoy this Game Boy Micro. It is so cool. Like, I just like playing older games. I hope you guys enjoyed the dowry source today too. That chapter was really amazing, and it's just great to be able to find more sources and show you guys. I mean, that one really, I think, that one outlined the whole picture, and that's England we're talking about. So, I mean, you know, that is as west as it wests if it ever wested. So, I mean, you know, I don't want to hear no complaints. I want to hear no complaints from the people, you know, about this is from some other place and blah, 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 you know. Appreciate JP out there for the super chat, man. That's kind of you. I'll try to spend that money on worthwhile things. The Game Boy Micro is legendary, though. You know, I want to make more just like organic, just talking to the camera videos, like outside. I tell myself that all the time. I really hope to do that. Should we get one more song for the folks? Gosh, should we get one more song? You know, maybe we can honor Luke Nielsen here, who gave us a wonderful song about the, you know, deadbeat woman. Let's go and hear that one time. Some real Americana right here. Have a good evening, everybody. Great stream. Always something to learn about. Thank you so much, Klaus, man. It's always a blessing to have you here. I honestly mean that. I'm always excited when I see you. So it's a blessing to have you. I'm just going to hang out for a bit and play this Game Boy Micro while the folks file out. We still got 22 folks in there. Man, I love this song. I can't wait to do the slideshow for this song. Dowry inside. There's some more discussions I'm having with folks. You know, I just got to schedule some things and make it happen. I've just been having a little bit of trouble focusing on YouTube, but I'm telling you, I feel it coming. We're going to get the second push. We're going to get the second YouTube push. I'm going to really just put the fire in it. Stack says, great stream. Thanks, Shah. No worries, man. Thank you. Caesar Quintana says, good night. Have a fantastic night. Caesar, it's always a blessing to have you around, man. Love hearing from you. Jack says, night. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you again. Whew, man, this Super Mario World. This is a challenging video game right here, even though I've beat it so many times. Man, this song is too good. Deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. Thank you, Luke Nielsen, for this amazing song. And thank you, Mr. Pitt, for putting this all in one place for the community to really be able to enjoy. I promise to get this up on the YouTube soon enough. I love all the artwork, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, man, I died again on this. I'm gonna have to spend hours trying to figure this level out. This song's too good. Won't chip in the dime and starts every fight. Oh, gosh. Folks out here have lived that. What a deadbeat woman. Let me know if you need help with that. I've been making music videos. Well, I appreciate that, or I'll certainly reach out. I just been doing like basic slideshow stuff. I mean, that's what I did for the last one. But I appreciate that. Maybe I will, you know. Song's so good, I just can't end the stream without letting it play all the way. We've almost reached the end. And we got to get that Christmas song going. All right. Well, legends, I salute you all. And I will catch you on the next one. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday evening with me.